There we go. Excuse me. And again. Going to wait for confirmation. Woohoo! Look at this clumsy bun. Although I'm not sure if he's actually being clumsy or if... Because, you know, they flop over like that.
RabbitFails.com.
Oh, that's a pretty cat.
Oh, look at those freaking eyes!
Uh-huh.
Alright. Michael and says James up.
Hey, thanks, Michael. Ow. I'm just looking at kitten pictures.
Those were going to have cats.
I mean, this one's pretty young.
Yeah, I suppose.
Not like kitten. Oh.
Creation of fuzz.
Okay, sorry, I'm distracted. Hello, Internet. It is 8:03 p.m. on Saturday, July 25th, 2020. Welcome to Throne of Games. I'm your host, Mark Emsray, DJ Emstrack. That's Daniel. And tonight we're going to be continuing 2 Point Hospital. My nose itches. Oh my god.
Is that a DLC?
No. But like the outside, the bridge of nose, but also like my septum. Like the surface of my septum. All the way to the tip. And like the...
Emperor Septum?
It's probably just my mustache tickling it. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, sometimes you can get like a couple of hairs like right under there that curl up.
Mm-hmm.
Just annoy you to no end.
It's so
I haven't
annoying.
pulled those little jerks out of spite. Tweezers.
That would hurt.
It does a little. It's also really good at producing tears if you have something in your eye.
Good to remember.
Yes.
Yes, 2 Point Hospital. We're at Croquembouche. Things are proceeding apace. Let's continue.
Everyone said cat proximity achieved.
Okay.
Cat proximity and negative statements. You're a kitty. Kitty detected. Meow.
Vince is laying down over by the cat scratcher. Not sure where Remy is. Possibly asleep on my bed. She likes sleeping there. Oh, I haven't taken my pills.
That is a bit important. You managed to do that. Also, I should take mine. Allergy meds activate.
Barbecue season. To celebrate the summertime, we've added a set of meat-tastic items. Find them in the special item filter. I can make a hot dog stand. Project is still completed, but there's... No, every reward had been unlocked for a while, but there were still random goals floating around that didn't have anything attached, but now they're all done, and it's still just sitting there. All right, Croquembouche.
Please leave toilets as you would hope to find them, not as you would expect to find them.
Well, I timed that interestingly.
Morning. Try not to sleep with the sick. Training course completed.
Easily done. Stop.
What?
That scratching. Stop it.
I was just playing the desk.
That's not an instrument.
I was going to the tune of the music. Anything can be an instrument if you're brave enough.
Your face can be an instrument.
What's strange is that.
Not required in research. Maintenance announcement. Automated snack machines need restocking manually.
Everybody's dying.
End of year approaching.
I've been designing my own solar paneling. So far, the operation has been mainly ladder-powered. Some might say that I'm not qualified for a task of this kind. But don't be fooled. That's just the system tricking you to underestimate your own potential. Call me. Let us know some of your great green ideas.
Hospital of the Year.
Nurse needed in general diagnosis.
Only intermittent crab deployment is required at this time. Pinch tanks.
Ooh. Oh. Has magic healing hands, but unmotivated and grumpy. That's fine. You can be a GP. Magic healing hands is not something to pass up.
Yeah, GPs don't need motivation. They just sit in their office until they have to poop. And, like, explain to other people why they can't poop. Or at least why they shouldn't. And also why there's no urinating allowed anywhere in the hospital. That's right, Medical One. Magic Healing Hands has an actual effect.
Mm-hmm.
The flavor text one tends to go at the very bottom, and the upper one to like special traits.
Yep.
Magic Healing Hands is the opposite of has a dark side. Like it straight up raises a patient's HP every time they interact with that character. Or maybe it's a chance of doing that. I forget.
I think it just straight up does it.
But considering how often the game sends patients back to the GP, that is a powerful effect.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't cure them, but it gives them more time to be cured before they die. As a result, having healing hands on a treatment doctor is almost useless.
Yep.
Because I think... Did the patients go to full health when they're cured, or does like the health bar just go away?
It just goes away.
Okay.
Let's get a cave. Nice big one. Oh, there's not quite enough room for two back there. turn it that way so that people can line up.
Oh! I've caused people to start doing CCP jokes again. Cool colonoscopy pictures.
Ugh.
Whoa.
Okay, now how do I need to cool the room? Why is this hallway cold?
You forgot to put a radiator in it.
Apparently.
If you liked it, you should have put a radiator in it.
There. Where are the trash cans?
They're in the bathrooms.
There's one there, that's good. Assumes all parties are fancy dress. I like it.
It shows up in white tie.
Oh no, Dirk Manners has a dark side.
Dun dun dun.
So, no. Gary Findlater. Homer Riddle. Hygienic and high energy. High energy and stamina training. He is never going to need to go on break. Service that cafe. Make that coffee. That cafe. You just find something to do. There's plenty of things for you to do.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
You ever know what needs repaired? Or what needs cleaned up? Or where it goes?
Well, that's an assistant that I hired. Henry Casserole, an unmotivated janitor. That's no good. And an unhygienic janitor, that's also no
That's
good.
inherently useless. What the deuce? Spend all this time cleaning up after himself and being pointless. Though depending on how janitors gain XP, that may like make him level quickly.
Whee!
Doctor's GP's office.
7 patients with shock horror.
Are on the way.
Send them. Hey, research complete. More promotions. Okay.
Cinnamon cakes. Provable?
What?
Provable? Cinnamon cakes are a matter of faith, McPhillip.
Litterer. Ooh. Film star and Zeppelin owner Roderick Cushion is looking for some positive press after a recent scandal.
And Zeppelin owner.
Headcrabbedness.
This is from Janine Jack-O-Lanterns. It's amazing what can be achieved by simply changing
Share, shut
your
up.
perspective. Take this, for example. Food doesn't go off. It just becomes something else. Thanks, Janine. I'll remember that the next time I'm cutting into some old milk. Now that stuff has personality.
Cutting into
Oh,
some...
he's probably talking about cheese.
Well, he was talking about... The person said something about food doesn't go off. It just... something.
Not for bang, prolific warp.
Ah.
That went further than intended.
Where's Vince?
I think he went off on important cat business.
Whatcha?
Lex Luthor ate 40 cakes, and now he feels terrible.
Yeah, that's a lot of cakes.
Yeah, even if they're like little cakes, that's... Your stomach's gonna be mad at you. I think I feel bad.
Feels bad,
You
man.
might feel real bad. In fact, depending on the class of cake, you may work later. Just as your body's like, yeah, no. Reset. This won't work. Learn to fuel, noob. Try again.
There's not room for a traction bed in this little hallway. Dang it. Okay, so that's not going to work.
There's not room for a traction bed?
Like, in that space there. I could put one at the end of it.
Attraction bed sounds like some kind of product. Attraction bread. That just sounds like a Valentine's product. Give it to your crush. They'll eat it, maybe.
Nice.
Where is what I see? Shuttle update. Be a polytonic scrum.
Aw, Vince.
Meow, meow, meow. Sad cats. Hey, Fuzzbear.
Oh, he's playing with his ball. That's so cute.
What about Bree says his important cat business was unsuccessful? Oh, is that why you're so sad? And I think he's about to be more sad because he took his ball into a place where he potentially won't lose it. Did I go under something, buddy? Hope not. Oh, yeah, oh, no, it's right there. He's a good, cute boy.
Yeah, that's fine for
It
now.
is very necessary that the lamp smell like him.
Of
This is good
course.
work.
Okay, time to switch this back around to the way it was before. Not the toilet.
We need that for pooping.
Nurse wanted in fluid analysis.
Oh no, someone got kicked out right into a moose juice machine, I think.
Oh no.
Actually, yeah, stop editing that room for the moment.
There's a film star stopping by the hospital.
Are your salt levels dangerously low? Eat some briny brittle. The taste of the sea, right in your mouth. 24
Right in
hours
there.
a day. This is 2 Point Radio.
Right in your mouth. Taste of the sea. Right in your
Meow.
mouth.
Hello?
Hello.
I'm here long enough to get more stuff and take it over. And I'll be back. But I brought a John!
Hello.
Hey! That's right, Inquisitor Sturm is here to crash your stream. What's up?
The keys.
Yeah, y'all follow him too. Twitch.tv/Inquisitor. Is there an underscore?
I believe so, yes.
Inquisitor_Sturm. Or possibly not. But probably so.
Yeah.
Really?
Here, I'll just look it up real quick. It's almost like I have Twitch on my phone.
Gasp.
Tune in for stuff like XCOM and things. Warhammers of various eras.
Yes.
Maybe
Hey.
some malls. I don't know.
One of our county's better medical destinations, destined to be a favorite of the sickly enthusiast in the know. Well done.
Yep, Inquisitor_Sturm.
Very good.
While I'm here, I'll just tune into your stream that you're doing right now.
Hey. Why, thank you.
Let's see. There we go, Amsrai.
Yeah.
Do. Woo!
We're sorry for the litter that you dropped.
I wonder how you guys had this set up.
Mm-hmm.
The chat's completely run by you then.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
You said woo.
I did. Both in chat and in real life.
Woo.
Ooh woo.
Ooh woo. Careful. Those are dangerous words and they come with a $350 fine.
What? Oh, that. Yeah. Ooh woo violation.
Oh no. Oh whoa.
Hurrah, XD.
I need more receptionists. Items. Reception pod. One right there, and one right...
Reception pod.
Yep. That's what they call them.
I know, I just... that term.
That'll do for now.
This terminology is confusing and scary.
We've done Laura Bavrier. Concern.
A heckin' concern.
The most second.
Heck.
I'm the roach. Bring up. I bring the roach.
So what's the gimmick with this hospital?
No special gimmick. This is the last one of the core game. So
Really?
they're just throwing everything at you.
Oh no!
And they're throwing everything at you, and they expect you to do well. So my goals are very basic. Cure a certain number of patients, keep a cure rate, maintain your reputation, build the value of the hospital.
And now an epidemic.
Abominable curse.
What a terrible night.
Abdominal curse. I think that's called norovirus.
Oof. Yeah, with any luck, tonight our air conditioning will be repaired, and tomorrow I can resume normal streaming.
Yay!
'Cause the reason I haven't been doing normal streaming is because, you know, it's so hot, I'm not wearing many clothes, so I don't really want to have my camera on.
That's fair.
You can wear shorts.
No,
They're
but
comfy and easy to wear.
also, you know, being shirtless and whatnot.
Shorts, t-shirt, grab a cold treat.
It's too hot, my dude.
Wear a bunch of freeze pops on your head as a hat.
It works surprisingly well.
It's too effective for its own good. You can also eat some to cool yourself from the inside.
That feels like a weird threat. I'm here to cool you from the inside. What?
But I'm not thirsty for liquid nitrogen.
Oh no. Hey Knuckles, what do you feel about this? Oh no.
Do you know the way to cool yourself from the inside?
No.
Knuckles, I'm worried about this.
Okay, I don't see...
Oh wow, there's a lot less of a delay on your stream. My stream's got a good, minute delay.
We used to have a big delay. It's gotten a lot shorter recently, and I'm not
Yeah,
sure
it's
why
only
that is.
a couple of seconds.
Yeah,
Yeah, I wonder if this is if it was Cox's fault or something.
could be.
Cause yeah, I'm used to Twitch delay being in the 10 to 30 second range.
I mean,
It's down now that we got fiber.
I do have default set in OBS for a buffer zone, like a
Yeah, it's like a neutral zone sort of thing.
so
So you can stop Romulans.
that's right. Keep those Romulans away.
What about the Remians?
These toilets
I'm not enough of a Trekkie to know that reference.
That's
It-
not a
it-
Trek reference.
Ah,
Yeah.
that would make sense.
That's a Rome reference.
Oh. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Now I'm caught up.
Oh boy, I got some QR and SP in there.
Ah, there's one. Vaccinate.
Fascinating.
I should slow down as well.
I guess the Remians would be the Vulcans considering.
Yeah,
But who was the wolf?
So far as I could tell, I needed to get something on my roof that was sitting in the sun and getting really hot. That's as far as I've gotten with the technology. You see, last week there was a minus setback when I fell through my ceiling during an installation. More on that later.
I will say one of the best charms of this game is the radio.
Yes.
absolutely.
We try to quiet down our shenanigans when the host is talking. Sometimes they say something we've not heard before.
Right?
Also, there seems to be a quiet plot happening, and you receive it by way of the radioists.
That makes sense.
The plot seems to mostly be about gentrification and corporate shenanigans. Which isn't the best, but sometimes it's fine.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Thank you. I think I need more assistance.
Also, for whatever reason, when I'm not here and I tune into this stream, Fish Lips is always playing.
Fish Whispers?
Or Fish Whispers, whatever it is.
Fish Lips! I think you're conflating Fish Whispers and Nice Smelling Face into Fish Lips.
All I know is they're singing about fish, alright?
You've got a nice smelling fish.
That's
That
unusual.
smell is really delicious.
Well done.
Fish lips.
I'm now regretting my misspeaking.
Something about hips. That's horrifyingly dirty, and I can't say that on stream. Shit, where else can I go to Fish Lips? Slag, I got none.
Positive and motivated. You're hired. Go water that plant.
Wait.
I am now neither of those things. Oh.
Oh.
Ah,
I am no
that sounded very
longer.
strange.
I am no longer infected.
But you listen to the response mid-yawn.
A response mignon.
Yeah, response coated in bacon. Or wrapped in a sheet of bacon.
Delicious.
It's like when Mark goes to bed while I'm flossing. Good night. Good night.
This audio brought to you by Strange Fetishes.
Howdy? Was flossing?
I'm just thinking of the, infamous teeth brushing.
Oh God. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I don't know.
You degenerate.
Wait.
You've
Are you thinking about this?
you've seen more of that anime than I have done.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, that was and to make it worse, the characters even mentioned that they weren't actually related directly. Oh boy.
Yep, they played into the
Please
the
stop turning
tropes.
into an hentai. I'm watching this with like a bunch of friends and some strangers, and like a professor could walk in and please stop turning into a hentai.
Oh dear.
Now, if you want a toothbrush,
The ellipsis after the statement of, now if you want a toothbrush, is a little concerning. Given what we were just talking about.
Oh, come on. It needs repair before it catches fire. Where are you going?
Fluid accelerator.
target card. Fire.
What do we got here? Brush your teeth! Yeah, that's
Highly unsettling.
yeah. That is a level of uncanny valley I was not prepared for. Thanks, I hate it.
I don't like how there are 3 molars on that dude. Channel.
Okay, now I know what you're talking about. Now I know what you sent him.
They put it in your chat.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
I can't see it from here.
At least it's not the toddler skull.
Oh.
Hey John, wanna know something weird about toddler skulls?
You mean like the fact that they do keep multiple levels of teeth in them, or?
That's
yeah.
precisely what he's talking about.
Yeah, no, I already knew
A
that.
whole extra set of teeth, just waiting. Watching. And looking at it, I can see exactly why people generally don't have 3. There is absolutely not room in there for more teeth.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird, because I had vague memories of being a toddler, and I don't remember, like,
Oh, wait.
feeling like my face was full of teeth.
Well, of course not.
It was, but I didn't feel like it. Lord Bumpy says, ah yes, now I will never brush again. A friend who has worked in Chicago his entire life tells me it's not that dangerous. He's a tail gunner on a school bus.
Sorry. Hold up. I need some more context than that. What?
Context following.
No, I just mean tail gunner on a school bus?
Feel free to lay on eyes.
Question mark? I appreciate that Photoshop.
Michael wants this clicks toothbrush link. 3 ellipses. Achievement unlocked. Immediate regret.
Yeah, right?
Wow, you get a link to click? We get a nightmarish preview that just shows up and starts animating immediately.
No, we get previews. If you're on the phone.
Oh man.
See, I was just confused because I'm getting back into X-Wing, and now there is a whole new upgrade set for gunners, and in like an ARC 170, you could get a experienced tail gunner. So when you were like, yeah, tail gunner on a school bus, I was like, you can't play that in X-Wing, was my first thought. And then,
There's no school bus in X-Wing.
I mean, the Lambda shuttle might count, but
Is it normal length or shorter than usual?
I mean, it fits about a dozen stormtroopers, so you tell me.
And are you about to send him the space shortle?
Shortle?
I should.
Yes, the space shortle.
It's not a shuttle, it's a shortle.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
Let's see, did they put that in the tuna salad channel or did they throw that directly into?
I forget.
Lord Bobby says there was a school bus in Cruisin' USA, and that was my favorite.
Toilets as you would hope to find them, not as you would expect.
Those are noises.
Steam glowing blue.
Noises, yes, but words?
It's a matter of whether or not I understood.
Hat packets.
Hat packets.
Hat
There's
packets?
that-
Hat packets.
there's-
Packets of hats?
Ooh.
Team Fortress 2 would like to know your location. Hat packets.
Medieval stuffed loaves.
Medieval cookie. hot lemonade and save a pretzel for the gas jets.
I suppose I should explain myself about the hat packets. Hat packets.
Welcome to 2 Point Hospital. Tonight's edition, Daniel's Strange Memes.
In fairness, I got that one from her.
Yeah, I sent him that one.
Hat packets.
Big Fairy Kitten. Old cat. Tired of being a bird.
Yes, tired of being a bird. Oh, that had me giggling.
Frog Cave. He said licking raps was his right.
Seen that one.
They have-
It's fun to figure out if I know the meme from the title.
I must have put it in the genocide. Let's see. Rocco's Basilisk. Rocco's Modern Basilisk.
You must enjoy this modern basilisk. Now, see, that one I don't think is like a meme in the greater cultural sense. I think that's just something that Romberg found, and I've started spreading around to other people.
Well, it's still a meme. It's just a localized meme.
Yeah,
Localized meming.
yeah. For reference, if I haven't brought it up on here before.
You're going to find this highly disappointing, but I don't remember what I'm looking for now.
Crap, what were you looking for?
Was it Cake Jason?
Nope. It was
It
not
was,
cake. Adjacent.
was it hat packets?
No, he got that one. Shortle.
Shortle.
Space Shuttle, right. I better just use the searching lab. Shortle.
Boy, I hate group amnesia whenever you try to remember something.
Perhaps I put it in Steve's channel. Switch. Shortle. Yes. Target acquired. Belong.
Copy Lonk. Oh no, there are two Lonks. Who will save Zelda?
Zolda.
I don't know what I expected.
It's really cute and aerodynamically very questionable.
Yes!
It's a lawn dart. That is a lawn dart. The engines would work because, you know, the fuel didn't come from the orbit or anything. I just have severe aerodynamic questions.
I was to say, I'm also questioning how it got into orbit.
Easily enough, actually. In fact, more easily than the real shuttle probably would.
As I say, did it just have large boosters that it got rid of?
Well, the three little engines that you see they actually do most of the work. They really do.
Okay.
The big old boosters on the side are just necessary to give it more than a TWR of 1 off the pad, so it actually goes up at first. Like, the boosters do a good somewhere between a fifth to an eighth of the work to get to orbit. But the
Okay.
big orange tank and the three engines with the blue plumes, those little Hydrolox friends, those do most of the work.
Maintenance announcement. Bids will become full.
And then the little engines on the top sides, those are the orbital maneuvering system that just use storable propellants and are inefficient but sufficient. They're used for stuff like going home.
Where's this last abominable curse person?
While you were hanging out with girls, I was studying that space travel. Instead of studying the blade. It's don't.
I was studying Blade.
Studying the movie Blade.
Hey Blade, what you say? I saw a lady the other day. She came to school, looked at me and said, hey.
Like one says, good to know there's a way to eat your hat on the go. Shouldn't need a rice.
Yes.
Baroque.
Copy of what?
Baroque. It's a PS2 game,
Oh.
and it is the most cursed garbage ever.
It is cursed.
Aw, it doesn't have like Rubenesque female characters and
Oh no, if you look at the cover or the back, you'd think this is an excellent PS2 game.
It's Atlas. I mean,
did Atlas make it?
I mean, if you ever figure out how to get PS2 games to work on your stream.
oh, I've streamed them before. Remember, Tulip was a PS2 game.
We could try this one
Oh my
and watch you
God.
rage at it.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Oh my goodness!
Fine!
How many loops do you think we would go through before we lost our collective minds?
Loops, you say? The loops.
You get to the
Brother.
end of the. Basically, it's a giant tower that randomly generates. You have to get through the tower.
It's an early roguelike.
When you get to the end of the tower, it resets the world.
But then some things are slightly different, and everything gets harder.
And it gets progressively harder, but you have like no equipment or anything because everything's reset. It is a game of Groundhog Day.
Do you win?
None of us have ever beat it.
Is there like a sneaky key to break the cycle?
I don't know. None of us have ever beat it.
I played for 48 hours, Daniel.
488 hours. Wowzers. You said 48. Okay, sorry.
I said 48.
I could have sworn I heard 488. My apologies.
Yeah.
48 hours
You don't need to throw the bad game at me.
Of gameplay.
of gameplay.
Not like we played it for 2 days. No, like,
It was.
oh my god. That game.
It didn't stop. It just kept going. And
We
you
took
would-
turns.
We took turns thinking.
Were there safe?
Arctic
Safe
turns.
system?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't have to keep playing and keep playing and keep. You could like
Yeah,
stop
but
and,
when
like,
you load, it resets you to the beginning of that cycle.
Oh yeah, you can't put it down. Like it doesn't save in the middle of.
You can put it down after finishing a second.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's something. Wow, Alice is lower than usual.
It's
Also, early roguelike. The writers of NetHack would like getting notifications. They have a special demon that comes out when you drink from fountains.
That he makes and repairs his own shoes. Wow.
music
That's
was
a good-
repetitive.
Sadly,
Oh, no.
I don't know how to do that. So, yeah.
Oh yes, the combat is also very clunky, and everything is good at killing you. Good luck.
Of course, everything's good at killing you. It's an Alice game.
Yeah.
You have to know the elemental wheel or you die.
Yes.
Also, it won't necessarily save you. It's necessary to not die,
When you start running
but it
into
doesn't
the
guarantee you win.
when you start running into the elemental corridors, that was when it actually got real hard on
'Cause
us.
that's how Shin Megami Tensei and Persona is as well. It's like if the Game Grumps could not play those games. You have to pay attention or you'll just lose.
I was gonna say, if the Game Grumps attempted this game, I guarantee Aaron would put it down within the first episode.
And
But there's like
then like eat the disc on camera.
there was like a little bit, like a smidgen of storyline that you could find in each individual level if you found certain NPCs.
Right, there
But
was
they were
just
randomly generated, so you could go multiple levels without getting anything.
there was just enough intrigue to keep you going. It
Like,
was,
we literally went through several cycles and we're like, okay, what's the point of this? And then we found one character that gave us a tiny bit. And we went, okay, so there is stuff to find here. But
Some.
it was randomly generated. Like, I Googled it, and they were like, yeah, you could literally go a whole day just playing cycle after cycle after cycle and not get...
Anywhere.
Not just randomly positioned between floors. No, randomly positioned between cycles.
Yeah.
Oh.
And if you don't find them, the plot doesn't progress. You
Yeah.
just get harder
You
cycles.
just get harder.
Michael inquired, so is this a game created to sell manuals?
Man,
No, I
yeah.
don't think a manual would help that much, actually.
Oh, thank God, the player guide. God can't help you now.
Well, yeah, you killed in one of the earlier games. Like,
Abandon all hope, ye who enter.
Yes.
like if Baroque came after Shin Megami Tensei, that would make so much sense. You killed God last time. You think he's gonna help you? You can't.
Welcome to Heck.
I hope you remember to kill the devil first before you kill
Ooh.
God. The best to kill them both,
One
really.
star hospital. Congratulations, your hospital has been awarded a 1-star rating by the 2 Point Health Ministry. Your organization has become the gold standard for healthcare in 2 Point County. You've risen above all competition, leaving their long-held hopes and dreams lying soiled in shabby tatters on the ground. A soothing thought, is it not? Continuating the county's most hectic area to cement your legacy.
So I noticed some tubes, some cylinders labeled Nova. Is that like some sort of explosive toilet paper?
New to Crumley Megamite.
Nova tubes?
Crumley Fishmongers. Some of the fish you recognize.
Okay, it was toilet paper.
And some
Is it new toilet paper?
Explosive.
Because of
It was labeled
Novas. Like a star
24 hours a
Nova.
day.
I stole it from work.
Ah, okay. Stolen
You're-
toilet paper. It's like stolen cabbages, but with poop. Yeah.
Macabbages!
Cabbages! No, it was one of those. It was before the lockdown for the 2 weeks that we were out. My boss was literally giving everybody like rolls of toilet paper. She's like, "We're not fucking using it. We're friggin' using it. Here you go."
Okay, so it wasn't stolen. It was freely given.
Yes, freely given.
As is often necessary when it comes to like unicorn to do some recipes.
Sorry, what?
Unicorn tea are freely given.
Ah. Wow.
Toilet paper freely given. Books are dense.
Whoops, dance. Yeah? Yes.
That's the cat.
Did you know you're a cat? He says yes. Now follow me if you want to continue petting me.
Follow me to the petting place.
Follow me if you want to pet. Oh, they have cheese for brains, but I'm going to be okay with that because they're a ghost hunter,
I like cheese.
and they have the teaching masterclass thing.
Oh, most
Right. You told the truth.
Did Melissa tell you about the macaroni?
The macaroni? No?
Macaroni.
Oh, yes, you did. Never mind. You did mention that.
Yeah. Jeez.
Oh, he's such a chunky boy.
Apparently there's an actual purpose for garbage American cheese.
Look at this chunky boy.
He's a
Oh,
fuzzlord.
oh Lord, he a coming. Chunky, 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 chunky.
Oh crap!
Yep, coming.
I'll take care of the cat situation. You gotta make sure the cat is continuously fed. It's important.
Very important.
So important. You're a soft friend.
Do do.
X-ray, calling doctor.
That was several people dying at once. It sounded like.
Don't ask for who the bell tolls. It told from several people at once. We can't actually tell. I think it's these guys. The question is, how many ghosts were produced just then? Somewhere between none and 5?
Pharmacy, calling nurse. Fracture ward, calling nurse.
It would seem Melissa is having notifications.
Attention, urinating anywhere in the hospital will not be tolerated. Warning, try not to sleep with the sick.
Pipe organs.
Hooray. Okay.
Attention. Urinating anywhere in the hospital will not be tolerated.
Time to chill on the couch.
Nausea-inducing. Oh. Fredward face. Unhygienic. Willow Milk gets toilet rage and unmotivated.
Willow Milk.
Willow Milk. That was her name.
Sounds like she's used to make aspirin.
Not the basket.
Where was I? Oh yeah. So I just fallen through my roof. Luckily, that solar paneling really broke my fall. The way I see it, there'll always be setbacks, but it's important not to be discouraged. Anyway, who needs a hot plank of metal to take power from the sun when you've got the sunlight itself coming in through a hole in your ceiling? Just some food for thought. Be sure to recycle it.
Recycled the food?
Death warning. Like, what you need in a sense?
Complete. Class dismissed.
Wonder if Atlas is planning on releasing a sequel to Baroque. Rococo.
Wow. That's a good joke. It's a little highbrow for us, but
Rococo! Modeling Rococo architecture is the worst.
What about Rococo?
I was joking about a sequel to Baroque.
big
Rococo.
Rococo.
I dare Atlas to do that.
And I responded, that joke's a little highbrow for our normal kind of thing.
Then if it was a sequel to Baroque, it'd be Rococo.
No.
You sound like a broken record.
Rococo. It's all of it.
Oh no.
Just full of art pigeons.
Yeah, I was gonna say the enemies are all just variations of pigeon.
So, how to for boyfriend?
But you're trying to stop them from pooping on art.
As long as you can romance them, it still fits. You can stop them from...
Oh god, why would you put a hay bale right next to the radiator?
because we like fires.
Yeah.
We also have a circus cannon in there in case the treatment doesn't work.
Yep.
True.
Wait, oh yeah, okay, there's a window, there's a window.
There is a window. It used to be pointed out the window.
Yes,
I
you pointed out the window.
think I moved the room.
There we go.
There.
Just in case the treatment doesn't work.
A cannon directly into the other window.
It sends it right back to the GP for initial diagnosis.
Yeah.
And also a bunch of lacerations, too. I don't know, release the clown juices?
Release the clown juices.
You know, for now, scrawny clowns. Not finishing that. Whee! Oh, Skyward Sword. That's a nice goof room you've made there.
Isn't it?
Welcome to the goof room! Clown sound.
Damien, where's my shucking money?
Let Goofy swear!
Let Goofy swear!
I just make the reference to Brock Baker,
Yeah.
Yuck.
who's much better at that voice than me.
Alright.
You ready?
Hi, I'm Ricky Hawthorne, and for the next few hours, I'll be
Alright.
playing you all the greatest hits of the decade.
Good luck.
Which decade?
Good luck.
Have fun, no shit.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
I didn't realize this was a situation where we needed good luck.
Always.
Well,
Going
there's-
into Meth Country.
There is kind of a play.
We can't stop
Meth
here.
Country.
That's where I
This-
live.
This is
Where I'm
meth
going
country.
Oh yeah, there is kind of like that's an area of town where there's been known to be some.
It's a couple
chefs.
blocks away from
Some Jeffs?
chefs.
Yeah, him named
Chefs.
Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
My name Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
Him named Hopkin Green Jeff. He make the blue crystals. Azul, see Azul. I am making joking references to a show I have literally not seen a single episode of. I was being all weird and hipstery in college, and part of me was just like, it's popular, then avoid it.
Oh, that was far more recently than college.
I was still in college while it was airing. Like when it started, at least, for sure. Other people other people at the Coleman Court Tech office, like the lab techs, they were watching and discussing it at the time.
Hmm.
And telling me I needed to watch it. I think I wound up watching a random chunk of How I Met Your Mother instead.
How much space is here?
Gabe and I were hanging out at Casey's place.
Okay.
And shortly after they had acquired a kitten, so it was adorable as shit. At what point I was sitting cross-legged on the floor and they both fell asleep in my lap,
Aww,
like curled up into each other, purring.
that's so cute.
Your babies are sweet. Your kittens. Remember Annabelle kept trying to burrow into my backpack.
I need to go record my life. Can you take over here for a minute?
Sure, let me drag the chat up on right now.
Okay, he's a decent diagnostics nurse. Oh, my leg's asleep. Hold on a sec. This is gonna take a moment.
Try screeching at it.
Don't. When I was flailing my arms about, I felt a little like, what? Was it Beethoven who was deaf?
A little bit.
Okay. Beethoven?
Oh yes, this is what Taco Bell puts in their tacos. Beef.
Oof.
Butt down. You put it over here so I can see what people are saying. I see time's been frozen. Should I unfreeze time? Alright, we're unfreezing time, folks. We're a little slow first, though. I see a big fat Q on the old easy skin. Ooh, oh, okay, there are things happening. June Tornado needs to jump the queue.
These toilets as you would hope to find them, not as you would expect to find them.
Feckin' queues! Blade farts! No one. Yeah, June Tornado's gonna freaking die if no one does anything with that. Good luck to Billy Fairfax.
Good patients, please use the toilets provided.
Stop bringing your own toilets, it's weird. Brian Peril is in significant peril. You're first in line, Brendan Chess. And these two are probably screwed. Oh boy, I don't like how many people are dying waiting in line. Ah boy, just go home. You're screwed. else can I help? Nor bottom. You should be third in line. Timmy Fromage, you can wait.
If you go fishing off the coast of Hogsport, don't make the mistake I did and use briny brittle as bait. The sea turned black. Thousands of fish floated dead to the surface, and a loud voice proclaimed the end of times.
Yeah, time for the healthcare award ceremony. Homer Riddle. For Employer of the Year, we got Broken Bush. Absolutely not. Yeah, no. Best Teaching Hospital. Broken Bush. Patient's Choice. I don't know why it's Croquembouche. Prestige? I doubt it. Get out of here, Bungle. Science. Be done, dude. Hospital of the Year. Croquembouche. A near sweep.
We're close to our award season.
Are we? Bobby vibe check. Bill Pucker, you need to run up the queue. This queue is frightful. Randolph Hogwash, you can wait. You too, Timmy Cheese. See, Kimmy, need to jump up a bit. Ramadian. Quentin Rose. Oh, good, his research is complete. Let's do my research. Found the lab. No one needs a supercomputer alone in Let's Do Science. It's almost done. There's election things. Election things. Why are people freezing all the time? Oh look, another ice hall. Mark. Oh, and this place is freezing? Pause. Penguins. Okay, what's freezing? Aside from everything. This staff room, which must be hideously unpopular.
Okay, I return.
I found an icy staff room.
Oops, thank you.
Also, this.
Oh yeah, I hadn't gotten that.
I was microing the cues, and I was like, "Why is everybody constantly cold over here?" Oh, balls! No one put radiators anywhere. What, is this place run by some sort of penguin arse crocum douche?
Crocum douche.
Oh shit, I'm sorry, I'm glad I didn't catch you say that there's more than one, so I'm not quite sure what you said in response to. More than one what? Radiator? Ding ding
Jeez, they're all just standing.
Standingwhilebooping.com.
No! Very no.
That's a horrible website. I hate it. Brother, that's a heavy flamer. That website sounds heretical. Or at least too gross to exist. And yeah, you had like a staff room that was freezing with put a radio there.
That's a shriveled cactus. Zoomed out, I was like, what the hell is that? Oh, that's because the low poly zoomed out version is even less recognizable. Second look, that I think that might need a regular radiator, which my brain almost just slammed together as a regulator.
Like a pressure regulator or something, I don't know. Flow regulator?
I'm the regulator.
I'm surprised there's such like demand for your basic diagnosis room. You have like 2 gargantuan queues, which I might read a bit.
Actually, no. Stop making that part.
Massive GP queues, that I understand. It's the secure policy queue is fast.
Massive GD queues.
Massive gold iron core sheets?
Game's done quick.
Oh, yes. Are you sure it's not goats doing queso?
Goats doing queso. Doing queso.
Like a drug, just snorting it.
No way.
What do you think the goats were doing? Eating things, that's what they do.
Yeah. Not
Ruining cars
snorting
by
it.
jumping on them.
Meow. Okay, cool.
I keep mistaking the space shuttle for a vacuum cleaner. Yeah, it kind of looks like an upright vacuum to the eye that's not paying attention to what it's looking at.
Vac room.
Upright vacuum?
It came out like vac room.
Ah, yes, that's the room that we pull all the air out of. We call it the vac room. It's short for evacuated room.
You'll get a gold star. And a chair. That restroom, bring it over here. Ooh, you're a good surgeon. I'll drop you off near the surgery. Where were you? There you are. those two rooms since those are entirely unupgraded and I don't have extra people to run them anyway. I just want to go ahead and mark out that space. Okay. Get out of here. You get out of here. Dirty habits, nope. Atom Club. Green Fingers and her natural mentor. Hired. Do diagnostics.
Patients are reminded to avoid death when possible. Assistant required at reception.
Yeah. After his recent visit, Jumbo McNally has set up a flash team to figure out as quickly as possible a means by which to destroy our entire organization. He's scared.
VIP arrived. Please prioritize their amusement over patient well-being.
Meow. Are you itchy, Remy?
He's like a jumbo chicken.
Why don't you give her a brushing? Or offer her a brushing?
She looks like she's kind of chilling right now.
She's been like, meow.
Isn't that just the nature of it, right?
Nurse to cardiologist.
I mean, it usually means that she wants something. It's just never clear exactly what.
Jumbo called Boss Jumbo McNally visited a local hospital today in one of his routine goodwill tours. A spokesman for Mr. McNally said he handed out discount vouchers on some of Jumbo's most popular snacks. Wasn't that lovely of him?
Training course completed. Doctor required in psychiatry.
Good morning, how are you? I'm Dr. Frog.
No, I actually had more trained than I thought I did. Okay, then let's do Diagnostics 3 then. save money by just, I'll bring one more in.
Stop kidding.
Doctor needed in GP's office.
Both cats are very soft now.
Yay. Soft cats.
Why are your finances in the toilet?
Yeah.
Nurse needed in the ward.
I mean, they're not that bad. They're climbing back up rapidly.
Clowns now arriving at the hospital.
That's generally not something you want to hear. Clowns now arriving. Ah! Look out, there's clowns.
Night fever. Remy?
Why do you have that on?
In the news today, local police are warning citizens about an influx of counterfeit socks all around the county. So remember, if a sock salesman comes knocking at your door, check his credentials carefully.
Gasp. Earthquake. Crossbones. Okay. While there's nobody in here, let's expand the room some more. At least get it to its size limit, if not actually to capacity yet. Two more traction beds. So let's make it 3. Bins.
Bins will become full bins.
This is the remix.
Trash bin remix.
Not right now.
Seismic activity detected.
Rumble, rumble.
Okay, any machines smoking?
Rumble, dumble, bumble, scrumble.
Because there's no smoking in the hospital.
Jumble, wumble. I get down, pick it up.
We're
Not gonna sit down, get up. Up, down, left, right, get it up. Your drinks?
This is 2 Point Radio.
Genesis repair turbo plunger. Surgery. Calling nurse.
On this one's 18th birthday, he watched the SpongeBob movie. Felt it was relevant. I'm not sure what relevance coming of age has to the movie with Bob Sponge, but right now.
Monobrow.
Announcement. Plants need water.
Wow, never gonna give you up, but it's Lego.
These toilets pursuit
I mean,
out.
it's a significant effort to make the Lego animations and actually actual music video.
Nice.
That's quite amusing.
Well, shoot, that doesn't leave nearly as much space as I had hoped it would.
This is Ricky Hawthorne on 2 Point Radio. You may find this hard to believe, but I was very angry as a child. Chalk it up to parental neglect or my brother Simon's constant bullying. The fact is that I was a rage-filled young man, as likely to bite your cheek off as to shake your hand. So what changed? Why, I found my calling, reaching out to millions, sometimes dozens of people over this wonderful medium we call radio. So I want to thank every single one of you out there, and pray I never lose my job, because I know where you all live. Now, some more music guaranteed to put your brain to sleep.
All pop star members to the hospital.
Did you just throw the entire listening area?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you do that?
I don't know.
That's troubling. I'm gonna go pee now.
Yeah.
Patient has expired. Janitor's moved to main fluid accelerator.
Weak bladder, no. Almond crusts. Tires easily and unmotivated, no. Has a dark side, no. Noel Tornado, hangry and grumpy, no. Get out of here. Litterer, no. Want some more money, no. Pat's litterer and nausea-inducing, no. Grumpy. There we go. Higher.
got a modem and a router.
Yeah.
Because technically, there is AT&T there.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, internet there is a check some websites.
On the other hand, there's AT&T there.
If I didn't look close enough to the hookup they have on the wall, it's like a regular like LAN cable, like telephone cable, and not Ethernet.
So it's DSL,
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah.
which means you need a DSL modem.
Yeah. Super irritating.
Doctor required in surgery.
Spend money on a really nice modem. Keeping it because I'm gonna upgrade eventually. So. But I need to do this on modem. Stop shots now. Really irritating. Run away now.
Mucky feet. Later.
Would you like a pineapple popsicle? Pizza.
Ordered pizza. I ate too much pizza.
I know what that's like. Can't have enough that actually. I was like,
Ate too much pizza.
or no, Thursday night. Yes, that's what it was. That's why I didn't have breakfast Friday morning.
Oh, my.
Then I had lunch at 4 p.m. Late lunch. Too late. Why so late? I don't know.
You know what? That's probably okay.
I can only presume that there are technically reasons that exist.
Fully nurse. Nurse required in fracture ward.
Carrie Colossus, short temper and gets toilet rage. No.
Short toilet and has a temper.
I need more drink.
Burb.
Oh yeah. And a snack. Brr.
The European Space Agency's next conference is online and free to attend.
Cool.
That delightful Jasmine Odyssey isn't just a pop singing sensation, she's also quite the humanitarian. Why, only this morning, she was visiting some of our local hospitals. She insisted on singing a song or two, even when the patients begged her not to. What an angel!
Nurse to Cloud Clinic.
Learn how to ooh for free. How to ooh tips and tricks. Discord edition. Learn how to ooh kawaii lessons. How to ooh Discord.
What?
Attention. Urinating anywhere in the hospital will not be tolerated.
I can deal with Roby.
Jumbo McNally, CEO of Jumbo Corp, put out a profit warning this morning. If we don't crush all opposition, he said, our shareholders may not make that extra billion I promised them. He assures everyone he has a plan in place. So that's a relief.
Doctor to make a scan, please. Patients with lightheadedness are arriving. X-ray, calling doctor.
Hello again, Assassin Cannon.
Hello.
Urinating
Welcome back.
anywhere in the hospital will not be tolerated.
Captured Madeline Rancid.
These toilets assumed out of fire, not assumed expected.
Okay, well, this person is dying, but I think he's forgot what he was doing because he's just standing there. While the nurse goes, "Yeah, I'm a good nurse."
I think you're suffering a pathing glitch.
I think you might be right.
This is like in... It's like in The Sims where death can't get into a house. Assassin Kitten is doing the Alien Desert level. I'm finding it quite annoying.
Ooh.
Is something on fire in that room? Just make one?
It is a torch.
Yeah, there's like a torch. Yeah! Oh, nurse.
Maintenance announcement. Automated snack machines need
Nurse. Nurse. My brain hurts. Okay, let's buy this plute.
Yeah, quite intentional. Assassin Kitten is going to run out and get some beer, and she'll return shortly.
Drive safe.
Saying, wow, quite a cafe.
Yeah, but my assistants, like, are never working there. They prioritize every place else.
Well, in fairness, reception's probably a little more important.
Yeah, but I've got lots of spots at reception.
Why do you have so many dogs in
That's a bit of a stretch. Ah! Jukin' and ziggin' and zaggin'.
We're experiencing some minor difficulties right now. I hope you can hear me, because I can't hear myself. I can't hear anything, as a matter of fact. Oh, wait. My headphones were unplugged. There we are. Lovely.
Doodle-doo-doo.
Assassin Kitten inquires. Also, you can keep assistants there by not allowing them to do reception.
That's true. I could do that. My, the way I've been going about it, yes, you're hired.
You can force certain assistants to only work in the diner. You're in food service now.
I've just been making sure to have a large number of, or, try and grow the number of assistants that I have.
Also, ew. You're in food service.
Ugh. No.
Tried a new yellow cake. I swear it's not radioactive.
Daniel.
What? Making a uranium joke.
And also a piss joke.
That can't be proven in a court of law.
You said urine food service and then made a joke about yellow cake.
Yeah, it's such a joking about urine. Because it kind of reminds me of urine.
I mean, it does, but pointing out the connection to urine is just kind of admitting
Every day, you could lose a toe,
what I'm accusing you
your
of.
house, even your life. That's why you need insurance.
That's why.
That commercial's so stupid.
Swingles, because peace of mind is worth a piece of your soul. This is
Rising Star. Norma Fiddle. How about the rest? Nice. Need to work on prestige.
Assassin Kitten says, quite the banging GP building, though. Do you have fast track treatment in it?
Yep.
He's on Team Thorium, personally. I concur entirely. Lifter for the win. Or it's not necessarily a lifter, since it does have problems. An advanced design based on an improved version of lifter. Nothing like having radioactive
Hobo life.
waste that's barely more radioactive than dirt. What?
I said, you said nothing like, and I tried to fill in the hobo life. Stabbing folks with my hobo knife.
No, you gotta do it slower. No.
Well, yeah, I was trying to not to drag it out too long for the sake of stream.
Stabbing folks with my hobo knife.
And thank you for doing exactly what I was trying to avoid doing,
I don't know why you were trying to avoid it,
so as to not drag it out too long.
but that's how it funnies. Ah, yes, I'm aware of Radioactive. As Assassin Kitten mentions, Amazon just came out with a movie called Radioactive, a documentary about Madame Curie.
These are the toilets as you would hope to find them, not as you would expect to find them.
I've heard it's good.
Oh boy, Jumbo McNally is coming.
But yeah, beer time.
But yeah.
Booty, yes.
Oh no, earthquake.
Bum affirmative.
Bum affirmative. Firm bum.
Boris Catterwall has contributed a particularly rousing and patriotic inspirational quote to remember in the face of adversity. Keep calm and continue spewing banalities. I will, Boris. I certainly will.
Dr. GP's office.
It's a feeling that Vikings did not come from Minnesota.
No, but several of them ended up there.
How many?
Enough to count.
Enough to count.
Yes, there
That
were
means at least one.
countably many.
I'm glad there weren't an uncountable number of Vikings. That could be a problem.
That could be a problem. Welcome to the new brain. Why?
New sprain. Ow! My
No.
leg!
I was going to say the new surgical wing, but then my brain turned it into surgical wang. And yeah.
Fetch the cyber dogs.
Snack machine. Dranks.
I swear I didn't crush this bottle, it was the atmosphere, not me.
Aww, cute kitty. You know, it's horribly inappropriate, but I'm going to put a gong right outside the surgery. And a ratty statue right there.
Hello, Steve. Who says, wait, a gong outside of surgery? Mark, why?
Hey, Steve!
Sir Impressive says, Raiders, attack!
Gasp! A raid? Quick, hide the meth.
Yelvis says, what if I don't want to? Mike One says, to be rung after the completion of a particularly trying surgery episode?
Let's hope for that.
Yes.
So let's stick this one right there. I like the arcade machines.
My name is Hernandez. I like the arcade machines.
The arcade machines? I think those are called constructs.
Warning. Earthquake imminent.
And that guy's still just standing there. With the skull over his head.
Steve says, ooh, Dungeon of the Endless. I have that game.
Beyond these.
I'm uncertain why Steve says that.
Because of the arcade machine.
Oh, okay.
See?
Maintenance required in the cafe.
Dungeon of Endless Mike.
Endless Mike Hellstrom.
Is that a surname?
Yeah, Hellstrom.
I didn't remember that. I just remember Endless Mike.
Yep.
He was a bully for Elder Pete, who was significantly more threatening than Young Pete's villains. And by villain, I mean bully. He was
Yeah.
just bully.
And I remember one episode where... Oh shoot, I forget exactly the context. I think it might have been that like Teddy was helping him to prepare to stand up to Mike or something. But by like role-playing a bully. I think that was the context, but what I remember for sure is referring to him as Endless Teddy. Anyway, I need more drink. I'll be right back.
Steve says, I should play it. It's funny how that game has two difficulties. Too easy and easy. It's very unforgiving. Wait. If the difficulties are too easy and easy, how in the blazes is it unforgiving? Is it just super easy, but if you screw up, it punishes you really hard? Okay, I'm sad that putting it back. Ah, now the tympanic membrane. Everyone says, we fixed Mr. Jenkins' eardrums. Whoa!
Oh! You spoke too soon.
Oh!
Oh.
On 2-point radio. Don't change that dial. Harrison Wolf is here on 2 Point County's #1 radio station. Let's go straight to some top 10 hits, shall we?
Nurse to General
So
Diagnosis.
Steve explains it's being sarcastic with the difficulties too easy and easy.
Hmm.
So Impressive says, I would assume that the easy difficulty is hard, and it's just mocking you. Yahoo says it's unforgiving on your sense of challenge. Steve says, this dang radio and it's good music. It is good music, yes, that's what I meant.
Bits will become full.
Were you trying to say something else entirely? Oh, you wanted it's possessive. Right, right. Yes, indeed.
It's dang radio, and it is good music. While not wrong, while not an inaccurate statement, it is a little stilted.
Oh, rude. Something corrected your it's to it's?
Oh. I hate it when my phone does that.
Phone, I am disappointed. Mine will offer corrections, but it won't do them unless I say yes. Possibly because I turned the F off early in my ownership of the rectangle. Don't you dare correct what I've just typed. I will smack you so hard. You rectangular piece of arse.
Sabrina stench is nausea-inducing. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, that happens to Stench family girls. It's kind of tragic, really.
And those are just messy jumbles.
Yoa says, hello, Disappoint. I'm Dad.
Motivated doctor.
You call that a dad joke? I did a worse one recently. Someone in some YouTube comments somewhere was talking about the Truman Show.
Yeah, Daniel got
And
rather lauded for this one.
and how Truman had the buddy with the beard, and he always like prominently had that beard. He was talking about beer all the time with his beard. And it was you know, like a commentary on product placement. And some kid who's clearly too young to have seen the original Truman Show at any juncture inquired if that was Post Malone. To which, being unable to help myself, I replied, pretty sure he was pre-Malone. Upon which I was later informed that that was simultaneously the best and worst dad joke of all time. I say, hey, when your first name's a prefix, what are you gonna do?
Cheese for brains and wants more money? No.
Cheese for money? Wants brains?
Cheese for money.
Yeah.
Cheeseformoney.com.
I think that's called an online cheese shop. Where you just buy some cheese.
Shh.
Purchasecheese.org.
Purchasecheese.org.
We have cheese. You don't? Want some? Send money. We send cheese.
In the manner that a business typically functions.
Yes. We are not run by spiders. Why would you think that? Steve says the overlay doesn't support Twitch emotes, but that's a Cox whack from me.
The cock swat?
I'm going to assume this has something to do with Cox Communications and Encore Watch somehow.
Angkor what?
See,
Encore what? Encore! Encore!
build more of those, yeah! They're great, we need more.
Terribly silly.
Like Bob Reese says,
Just a statistic. When I went, I got splashed some Mountain Don't on the screen. It was looking all rainbowy. I was about to say spectral, but that means like a specter, not like a spectrum. There's a difference. Prismatic, thank you.
the spectrum. Spectrogrammaton.
Upgrades.
One says prismatic, maybe iridescent. Yeah, probably iridescent it. That'd be highly unsurprising and behavior from it.
We're sorry, Ritter, that you dropped on our floor.
Nausea-inducing, get out of here. Unmotivated janitor, get out of here. DNA emergency. A group of DNA patients have been stranded after a Bungle Meditech hospital fell into a fissure?
Patients for DNA lab arriving. Head office, calling doctor.
Hank Flan, inspiring and motivated. Do it. Do it now. Yeah. Class Clount. Service the Cafe.
Assassin Kitten has returned.
Welcome back. Chuck Pepperbit. You are also hired.
Doctor needed in DNA lab.
Assist with things. Publicity. Well done. Establishments like yours make the mayor's job easier, increase her approval, and, oh yes, are good for the people of the county.
Assassin Kitten has had his first engaged viewer on the stream today, and another one later on too. Lord Bumpy responds, congrats on their engagement.
Okay, what the heck? So, I told a janitor to upgrade this thing in the hopes that it would unlock those two from whatever it was going on. That guy's still standing there with the skull over his head. Now the nurse that was standing there doing thumbs up is falling asleep on her feet, and the janitor was just standing there doing the thumbs up instead. And thinking that they really needed to go to the bathroom.
Ah, the mummy's curse.
What is going on?
Set
Set that back down, and I'm going to try and pick her up and move her.
Yeah, she's gonna go on a much needed break. Good. Get some moose juice. I recommend that.
Wait, it says cured premature mummification. He's just broken. He's broken. That's why it's.
Can you pick him up?
No, because he's a patient. Okay, well, you know what? I'm just going to edit the room out from under him. See if that helps resolve things. Plop it down over here for a moment.
I've got to tell you, it's creeping me out. Who put it here?
This is an error, alright.
Why does it keep growing? One thing's for sure, I'm not turning my back on it. Now here's some nice chill-out music.
Popstar Jasmine Odyssey just released another county-changing single, Sleeping in the Nighttime.
Isn't that what you do?
Generally.
Steve responded with a League of Legends joke. Assassin Cannon says, set one TFT, put that assassin item on him. Never played Kennen on the Rift.
And it doesn't kick him out when I put the thing back there.
Like one inquired if the room was big enough, and can you manually drag the possibly blocked people out of place? Well, you may have just seen things like that fail completely.
Yeah.
Assassin Cannon says, oh, people who want to quit, it's cheaper to drag them... It's cheaper to drag them to the break room. Oh, I don't think the nurse was having a problem. The nurse was just exhausted from standing there and being stuck.
Oh,
you
he
can
moved
gradually
slightly.
Force him along using his bookshelf. Okay. Oh, okay, almost. Seems
No! Okay.
oh no! I think it might be partially affected by what direction you last moved the object before you put it down. Nope, no. Pick it up again. Let's get to the left and put it down after a right one. Yeah. Darn, I was wrong. You're just trying to drive him out of the wall now.
Basically.
Ouch! It's a breathing show. Assassin Cannon inquires, what are you doing to that corpse?
He's glitched. Like he's cured. But he's dead. And so the game doesn't know what to do with him. And he's just been sitting in what had been a decryptor room. And occupying it and preventing the nurse from leaving. and just preventing it from being used again. Actually, wait. Oh no, I can't push him any further.
No.
Because
Yeah, can you get more detailed data on that patient? You like click on him, I think it'll show you his
cured. Chance of success was 75%. Mood. Log.
wow. Says in getting inquiries, does someone know how to make clips? This should be sent as a bug report.
It should.
The thing is, we don't know much about what caused it. We just, like, had a demummification room, and a patient got stuck between life and death like Schrodinger's moron. Which also froze the nurse, who's just like, yeah! Yeah! And then bringing a handyman in just made the nurse kind of unfreeze, but still be stuck. And also the janitor got stuck, going, yeah! And now we're trying to glitch him out of the building through the wall, I guess.
Mm-hmm. No!
Assassin Kitten recommends walling him off, basically. Built a new room without those two squares. Just like put the room back, but exclude him. Just leave him in a gap in the wall.
Hold on. The room was like minimum size, though.
Let the next guy remodel the fighting skeleton in the wall. Now we're trying to drive him out of the room with rat statues.
Yes. I think it's working.
Assassin Ken says you can make a staff room there and relocate the sarcophagus.
That's true.
But we've nearly driven him out, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Let's leave him in the hall.
Yeah.
To be a weird decoration. And he's clear.
And let's just shift him over one in that direction so that there's room for the moose juice again. Okay. Sell the rats.
I think you spelled it right, actually. That looks like sarcophagus to me. Sarcophagus. Or a corpse eater. Alt 075 says hello!
Hello.
Hello!
There we go. Now he's just kind of in the way. But I don't think he's blocking anything.
Training was complete. Class dismissed.
Yep. He's stuck between life and death like feline Niels Bohr.
Toilets as you would hope to find them, not as you would expect to find them.
Unobserved and immortal.
Seemingly. Even though we kind of observe him,
Mm-hmm.
it's yeah.
So I've been wondering if the whole point of orb wellness centers is to use the natural healing power of the orb. Can't you, like, just get yourself a ball or a balloon, hawk it for a while? Might be worth a try the next time I get the flu.
Assassin Ken says the cat is its own observer. Like one says, and we didn't even have to promise the patient a cask of wine or anything. Ha!
For the love of
full
God,
play,
Montresor!
Come on down to my basement for combination
Combination wine tasting and masonry class.
wine tasting and masonry craft. Sign me up, Montresor! Assassin Canada says, does the universe need a conscious observer? What exactly does the waveform collapse? Yeah, how Michael untyped it. Conscious. Concise.
Pudding blood.
And that's an interesting pile question, really. It's like, either pilot wave theory is right and there's no need for an observer, or the act of observation, as we call it, is just a crapload of quantum mechanical interactions in a big chain along the way to the measuring device that average out into the final observation. PBS Spacetime did an excellent thing on that. Yes, Discord, I know there's 11 new messages. I am reading them.
At 2 Point Back, we know that when it comes to your money, you want to be comforted. Roaring fires. Tasty sandwiches. The time Derek told you that joke. 2 Point Back. It just feels right, doesn't it? Sorry, 2 Point County. This is 2 Point Break.
Yes! Like one says, combination wine tasting and masonry class would make a great paper poster of tear-off tabs. Absolutely, and that reminds me of a stupid. I'm gonna go fetch it.
Oh, what, the tired of being a bird?
Yep. Fine for me, the derp! I would have it. So I can paste these at the humans. And they can enjoy it with their meaty opticals.
Meaty opticals.
Yes, there's that inchworm, that's cute. That's Monica. I love ship girls.
Just Monica.
Anyway, back. You can't tell me not to wear cargo shorts rock. You must wear a face. Target word. Copy that lock.
Yes.
This here twoot here.
Capture a ghost.
Nurse fluid analysis.
Escaped.
Treatment is failed.
Woo! Jasmine Odyssey dressed as a hospital again. Promotions.
Janitor's hall to mend easy scan.
You're listening to Harrison Wolf on 2 Point Radio. Sitting here playing music can get a bit lonely. So why don't you call in and tell me what you'd like to hear? That's right. Harrison Wolf's gonna be taking requests right after this.
Oh, what do you mean they debunked Pilot Wave? Pilot Wave was awesome.
Okay. Need to record my life real quick. Be right back. I'll leave it on slow so it can just keep on going.
Slow children playing.
Attention. Urinating anywhere in the hospital will not be tolerated. Janitor's hall to mend fluid accelerator.
Okay.
Like one post said, wants a new challenge? Retrain as a swan. 2-day courses. No previous experience necessary. Full tuition in honking, gliding serenely, eating bits of bread, and breaking a man's arm. Or up to 40 pounds working on one of Britain's illustrious waterways. Look online at cygnusjobsforyou.net.
Cygnus jobs. I like it.
Down to the Cygnus.
Oh no, abominable curse.
Ken says Pilot Wave suggests the existence of the ether. I thought it patently didn't do that. It was just implying they're like shenanigans in the field ahead of the bunched up bit of field that's the particle. Because after all, photons don't need an ether to propagate in the first place. You just have the E field and the B field inducing each other. But only if they go a certain and very familiar speed. No, same speed, just in front of for some reason. I wish I remembered the specifics because it kind of made sense at the time.
Nope. There's another one. Stab. Stab you with my healing shiv. I mean... I think I might need more vending machines around here.
Like one says, regarding swans versus geese, that's a pretty hard bar to clear. Cue Canada Goose flashback sequence. Now, geese are a little bit less aggressive and significantly less physically powerful than swans. Of course,
It's not to say that geese can't be total assholes.
Of course, all that physical power really doesn't help the swan that much, because in order to break a man's arm, which is far denser than than its wing, that swan probably busted its wing in several places. That was a Pyrrhic victory for that. The Signic victory? I don't know. Point is, the bird probably suffered for its victory.
Toilets as you would hope to find them, not as you would expect.
Those hollow bones can't take much.
The Hall of Bones.
Assassin Gunner says, "Well, the standard model also seems to say the double slit breaks causality. I think it's very strange and not well understood." Is moderately well understood, but incredibly hard to interpret in a way that makes any lick of sense to anyone. Assassin Gunner has also had a run in a Canada Goose.
Where'd all my assistants go? Has a dark side. Get away, Magnus Butthurt.
Megalon says, healing shiv, one-handed, uses knife skill, 1d3 damage. For the last time, it's called a scalpel! Yeah, the time delayed experiment where it's like, pew, photon, pew, photon, pew, photon, pew, photon. And eventually, oh look, it's that pattern! Universe is made of probabilistic tomfoolery. That's what it's made out of. You got infinitely many paths, some of which are more probable than others. And then you got, like, crazed micro-variants at the quantum foam that causes it to sometimes go for the outliers every now and again. And with the differing lengths of the paths, you get phase shifts, which occasionally cause interference friends. Assassin says, no, the time delayed experiment is where they chose whether or not the double slit appeared after the photons landed. What?
Attention, urinating anywhere in the hospital.
Yeah.
Not to be tolerated.
It's always so loud when it does all of those at once.
Yes.
And they just managed to spread to everybody. Where even were they?
And if I had to guess,
I don't see them
the reason
anywhere.
it's so loud is because,
It's so many at once.
yeah, the game, like, spits out all these sounds, and the computer's processing is like, huh, look at all these identical waveforms at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Guess I'll add them up! Same sound? Greatly increased magnitude. Itty bitty living space. Very constructive interference because the friggin' things were in phase.
Teach another course. Okay, I'm back to full speed.
Now, what's real fun is the phase shenanigans that take place with rotationally polarized light in, say, like, a glass of sugar water. That's not
90
an
days
easy
with-
explanation of that involving Rotini.
That's not going to happen.
What'd you do?
90 days without a death?
Nope. This haunted place?
Yeah, no. Oh, I need more seating.
Oh my goodness. You need more of a couple of things. Fill those graveyard stuffers.
Yeah. It's because they're all waiting on these rooms, which these two are closed because I don't have people to operate them.
What happened to your doctors?
I don't have any of that type yet.
Oh, so you just built the rooms without doctors for them?
Yep.
Is this a state-run hospital?
I mean, in a sense.
It seems like one of those cases of spending budget so you don't lose budget.
I see what you mean. No, it's mostly just establishing the layout that I wanted here. Is more what I was trying to do.
Assassin Cannon says they found that if they tried to observe the path that each individual photon took,
Photon.
the double slit disappeared. Okay, yeah, I remember that one. But there's a problem with that. Because of how flippin' tiny photons are and what observation means to creatures of our size, and honestly anything we can use to measure anything, you cannot measure a photon without, well, absorbing and re-emitting it at best. Like, that's literally what reflection is. Like, the photon that hits the reflective surface actually ceases to exist, and then the metal, and the reflective metal that's in the surface re-emits the photon at, you know, a complementary angle and the same frequency. And I think usually the same polarity too. So anything we do to try to measure a photon destroys the photon, causing it to not act in the way it would have otherwise acted if we hadn't screwed with it. Alt 75 has also never made it 90 days without a death. It's doable by kind chance early in a hospital's existence, and it's also doable if you have a very, very, very good, well-established hospital with max-skilled employees, and also send a few people home before they die.
Yeah, sending people home before they die is really the key to not getting deaths. But I'm not willing to do that because that's just kind of like
No, you probably don't need.
they still died,
You
you
don't
know.
need to do that. Just micro your cues, so that people who are about to die get treatment first, and those don't. I'm sure sometimes treatments fail and they die anyway, but with very high-skilled treatment folks, less likely than you'd think. Then once your hospital's throughput is high enough, then the law of big numbers bites you in the butt. You'll never see no deaths again. Without doing a cheaty thing. Or possibly at all, since there's people going to treatment, and if treatment can fail, and if treatment's happening once, it will fail. Eventually. So they tried to set up a system of mirrors of entangled particles that would observe the path after the initial photon landed. They assumed this would preserve the double slit. It didn't observe the entangled pair after the...
Report. Genuine radio has arrived.
backwards in time on the
Good
results of
thing
these
this
experiments.
radio booth is
This is
airtight.
true, but it shouldn't
I'm
have
hearing
affected
there's
the
a new
entanglement part.
epidemic going
Entanglement is
This hyperpowered
weird.
ain't leaving the station till they find a cure,
Like-
which means more music like this.
Entanglement is real weird. Like, something about the universe doesn't let you use entanglement to cheat. It's like, observing the entangled partner implicitly observes observing your entangled copy implicitly sort of observes the other one. And their states... I forget if they decohere or disentangle necessarily, or if it becomes... like, the spin stops being measurable in that way for a time, or what exactly. The PBS Space Time did a thing on this one, too. And though I remember it, I don't remember it well enough to explain it. Always a student, never the professor. There's some foolhardy Claude offered me once. And I was like, I'm not good enough for that, sorry, bye. Kinnan says, in the alien desert, you have to go 120 days to earn a land plot. I'm sorry, what? You have to go 120 days without a death in order to earn the right to purchase a plot of land to expand the hospital?
That's going to be interesting.
Or are you just awarded it for achieving that nearly impossible feat? He goes on to say, I mean, if we're going to understand the universe as a purely classical system, the entangled pair is two distinct objects with no relation to each other. The lab test results blow that out of the water, and that's very, very interesting. Yeah, we know darn well the universe isn't purely classical. Pilot Wave makes it simpler, which is really attractive because of someone's razor. But... yeah, you can't pretend it's just classical. Quite a minute behind. I'm just trying to address all of the quantum mechanics things. Yeah, I got the 120 days without a death thing. The question is, are you just awarded it for that, or are you granted the right to purchase?
Their best friend is an ostrich. Meanwhile, I'm just here doing my own thing. All this stuff is going way over my head. I mean, not way over, but like... It's going as far over my head as it would most people's. Which is to say... yeah.
I immerse myself in some esoteric physics and space futurism bullplop on a daily. Not everybody does that.
No.
Requests, but I'm gonna tell you, you people have terrible taste. This is why I'm a professional. I'm the one who picks the songs, and right now, I pick this one.
Okay, Mr. Wolf. Jocelyn Cannon doesn't like Pilot Wave and would be, quote, I mean, I would be happy if it was proven because we could have learned something, but it feels more like an attempt to explain weird things classically. You just get it. The land plot, I mean. Okay, I thought you were talking about the quantum mechanics. Okay, you're simply awarded the plot of land for achieving the madness. Cool. Horrifying, but cool, because at least it's not as capitalist as it could be. Because that'd be dreadful. You did the hard thing. Now you have the right to give us money.
Yeah.
Alto 75 says, it's going over my head too, not going to lie.
Bong, bong. Yeah, no.
Let me see if I can hunt you down. Sentai, that was devastating.
Thank you. Ugh.
YouTube?
YouTube.
YouTube, what the? Oh my goodness. It's been trying to categorize my watch habits. And so I get these categories. Frogs, Kerbal Space Program, Candles, Comedy, Universe, Cooking, Anime, Eating, Kittens, Science Fiction, The Legend of Zelda, Astronomy, Dragon Ball, Slow Motion, Dogs, Art, Mars, recently uploaded, Live, Mixes. Boy, some of that kind of sounds like it could be part of a sentence. Everybody just freezes. So you got frogs, then you got Kerbal Space Program candles, then you have a comedy universe cooking anime. Oh no. Comedy universe cooking. Anime eating kittens.
Ah.
Kittens that eat anime.
Oh, okay. Not anime about eating kittens. That would be
The
terrible.
science fiction of The Legend of Zelda. Oh wait, no. Just science fiction, I suppose. The Legend of Zelda Astronomy. 3 days.
3 days.
Dragon Ball in slow motion.
How long would it take him? How long would they stay on Namek?
So long. Don't get me started on the Tournament of Power. The rest, Dragon Ball and slow motion dogs. Then Art Mars.
Art Mars.
Recently uploaded live mixes.
Rising Star.
Rising
Dwayne Codswallop.
Rising Zan, the Samurai Gunman.
Okay, how about the rest? Same as it ever was.
Pilot Wave, not Poop.
Poop Wave.
Pilot Wave Theory.
Most prestigious
Do it, Arse Crunch.
hospital I need to get.
Nurse required in plan.
Whew. That was 3 years ago. Didn't realize that was 3 years ago.
What was 3 years ago?
Pilot Wave Theory. Sure. Shade. Copy link. Radio per square inch. Peace. Choo! Assassin says, "Oh, I got a bunch of stuff from the workshop, including a bunch of Clocktown stuff."
Ooh.
Oh, neat! And also
Nice.
a poster of Sonic the Hedgehog riding a dolphin.
Because why not?
Yeah, you can only go fast for so long. Sometimes you gotta slow down a little. Just take it easy, like chill out on the Tails' airplane or a dolphin.
Oh, so you like airplanes? Name every airplane.
I should throw that thing in chat.
Yes, you should. That was delightful.
Sonic was not prepared.
Mm-mm.
Didn't know what he was getting into.
He sure didn't.
And honestly, Tails would.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very much.
Alright, let's beautify the bathrooms with some hidden gold star wallpaper.
Secret stars, still no one. Was that a Kirby game?
Secret Stars? Secret of the Star? Oh, there was the RPG, Secret of the Stars.
Oh yeah, I thought I remember like a Kirby and the Secret Stars or something.
I don't remember such a thing, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Toilet Prestige.
Yeah, Space Time rocks.
Space rocks.
Like the one that recently went into detail on the experiment that really conclusively disproved the luminiferous ether. Was it Robinson Morley or something?
I don't remember. But I do think I remember seeing that one. That huge array of mirrors.
And how it was floated on a huge tub of mercury. We made a super sensitive torque balance, but just to make sure that no vibrations in the Earth can mess with it, we're gonna put it in a huge tub of mercury and just float it. This is safe.
Whatever floats your sensor array.
No, Michael, luminiferous ether was disproved before relativity. Relativity went on to provide an explanation for all of that. The Robinson Morley experiment pretty much showed that there couldn't be an ether. Because if there were etheric flows, then it would be detectable as the Earth rampaged around the sun. Or if they were, like, really subtle, they would be detectable at different points in the Earth's orbit because the relative direction would appear to change. And so they bounced light around like effing crazy to try and magnify any anomaly as much as possible, and found Jack All. And tried it again later in the year, and found Jack All again. It's like either there's literally no luminiferous ether, or it travels in a circle following Earth's orbit. Just swirling around the sun for some reason. And yeah, then relativity blasted it to dust. Because, yeah, reference frame independence wouldn't work if there was a luminiferous ether. Huh. Michael M says the giant tub of mercury was how they floated lamps in some lighthouses. I didn't know they needed to float the lamps!
And if they need to turn them, that would be the easiest way to do it, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess, if you're not using, like, regular mechanical bearings or something.
Alright, are there any ugly bathrooms left? Yes.
then Assassin Cannon calls me out saying, "You say regular mechanical bearing as if that's easy to some 1700s engineer." They had steel. Just like,
Steel ball da da da.
just make like a big polished...
A big Polish.
Take a big slab of strong rock and make a bunch of circular races in it for, I don't know, like maybe some 2-bore balls of steel, and polish the races so they're nice and smooth. Fill the races with the balls, pump that sucker full of grease, and then put an equal but opposite piece of rock on top, and boom, there you go. You got like maybe 3 to 7 race ball bearing with giant balls bigger than your palm. It should easily be strong enough to hold up the lighthouse lamp. Totally doable with like 1600s technology. Yeah, they got like near perfect spheres of lead and such using drop towers, I think. That's an easy way to make something seriously round, just let it fall. Now, if it was kind of viscid, it wouldn't work because you get like a teardrop shape, but for dense things like steel and lead, tower drop would get pretty good approximation. You could just polish it down from there. No, you wouldn't use lead. In fact, what you'd probably do is tower drop a 2-bore lead sphere, polish it into a true sphere, like with, get whatever little crudulence happened from the fall, and use that to take a cast of that, make a mold out of that, and then you got yourself a spherical mold for your steel. Then you just, up and put the steel in the mold like you're making cast iron, except it's steel. Assassin Kitten says, "I know it's possible, get some mules and a good gear ratio, but damn, Mercury is so much easier. As far as they knew, perfectly safe."
As far as they knew.
Oh, tower drop is still used for steel bearings. Okay. How do you polish a sphere without a laser refractometer? Experience. You get the oldest, most patient engineer, really fine brass polish or something, and just have him go at it until it looks perfect. Take a few months, but you get just like the closest human approximation to a steel ball without lasers, or to a steel sphere without using a laser refractometer. And you use that to make the cast and the mold, and you're good. If molds worked, we wouldn't be tower dropping today. Oldest, most patient engineer doing it painstakingly. You're really selling me on the mercury solution. Shut up. Just don't drink the mercury solution. Also, why is the mercury in solution when you just want to use liquid mercury?
Calling a doctor.
Har. Dragon statues. Dragon statues everywhere.
Just don't make a dragon bike rack again. That was ridiculous.
Bam. Oop. Failed the patients with Emperor Complex. Apparently my psychiatrists aren't very good.
I know it's actually going to stop you, but I just don't recommend it because it's painstaking and not worth the effort. I can't believe how crappy that turned out, actually. Like, it looked awesome. And it looked awesome when you're done, but...
The
it
effect
did not
was...
have the effect we expected.
Oh.
I gotta. Better to use the ordinary dragon statues.
Mm-hmm.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah, It's a feature on a hospital that's leading the county's healthcare into the future. Oh, it's about us. Great news.
I'm going to stop eating these cookies before I get horrifyingly full.
Level 4 Deluxe Clinic. I can do that. I'm the Colonel. Here it is.
I'm capable. I have presumption of military rank.
What? Okay, let's stick a light-headed poster right there.
Thunder! Mike 1 says, giant tub of mercury. Side effects may include second-generation Terminators and madness. Just don't try to make felt with it. Or breathe near it.
You'll go mad. Mad as a March hare.
Because really, unless you're dumb enough to inject it into yourself or consume it, liquid mercury isn't that dangerous. It's the slagging vapor. The vapor is the trouble.
Aye, there's the trub.
Modern Hamlet, now without the dirty jokes, apparently. Well, I guess we have that. It's called The Lion King.
Heh. Yeah.
Who was Laertes? Who the crap was Laertes?
Crap, which one was Laertes again?
Ophelia's brother.
Maybe there wasn't a Laertes.
Like, Laertes and Hamlet slew each other in a sword duel just before or after Claudius died.
Well, see, that's the other thing. Claudius didn't die either. In The Lion King.
I forgot. Wait, then... But... What the heck did happen to Claudius?
In The Lion King, nothing in particular.
Like, I thought Simba kicked his butt. Or something. They like fell off of something. Or, like, poetic...
Wait, am I confusing characters?
You're probably thinking of Polonius?
Yes, I'm thinking of Polonius.
Who the hell is Polonius?
Polonius was Zazu.
Zazu was Polonius?
Yes! Absolutely, Zazu was
not a big enough
Polonius.
idiot to be Polonius.
No, but he was the one who was like constantly giving Simba all of the trite wisdom.
I guess that's fair. Except he was supposed to be giving that wisdom to Laertes. Was Simba like Hamlet and Laertes in one?
Maybe.
Because I know Timon and Pumbaa were Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Mm-hmm.
Except they lived. Yeah, Lion King is like Hamlet, but almost everybody lives. It's like if the Doctor Who... It's like if the Doctor interfered in Hamlet. Everyone lives, Rose!
Just this once.
Well, Except Mustafa. Couldn't save him. Fixed moment in time. Very sorry.
Mustafa?
Or not Mustafa. Sorry.
Mufasa.
Mufasa. Very similar names.
Mustafa.
Assassin Kenan says, make an organic molecule from it, though? Oh boy, you're in trouble. Yeah, if you catch anyone methylating mercury near you, strike them down with all the force you can muster before they kill everyone. Methyl mercury is some of the nastiest stuff in town.
Methyl mercury, not even once.
Suffer it not to be produced. Again says Mad Hatter's probably got exposed to very small amounts of organic molecules that randomly formed. Yep. Also, the elemental vapor is not so great because it happily reacts with organic bull plop in our bodies, and then you have something that will cause trouble. Like one says, mercury oxides aren't much fun either, if I recall correctly.
Mercury
Oxides
oxides aren't
any
much
molecule that
fun.
contains mercury is bad news. One says Polonius gives a bunch of advice, hides behind a curtain, gets stabbed. A rat? Dead for a ducat. Stab. Ooh, Ainsley! I played Polonius once in a classroom rendition of Hamlet.
I can see it!
I hammed it up so bad, and then just sort of like scooted, like I convulsed my way over to my desk.
I can see it.
I was way the hell too skinny to play Polonius, but that's the push one. That's the part I got. Assassin Kitten loves the reference to Rose. Season 1 of the new series is the best. Yeah, dimethylmercury is worse. Like, don't let anyone methylate mercury, and if they do it twice, that's... Ooh, that's unforgivable. Someone dimethylates mercury, they should be thrown into the sun.
To go back to Hamlet a bit, if any of y'all haven't seen it,
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead?
No, wait, is that a regular radiator, or is that the 15-minute Hamlet, or the 10-minute Hamlet, or whatever it's called?
Yes, the bucket!
It is.
Bucket!
It was a play. It was like the abridged Shakespeare or something that was like a collection of a bunch of things. But it's not a particular stage production I'm talking about. There was like an A&E or Bravo or whatever short film version, starring. I can see his face, but I can't remember his name. Give me a second.
I remember there was a framing device of
like the
William Shakespeare like going to town with an editor with like editor's scissors.
Yeah.
There, short enough for you?
The whole thing was filmed like in and around a barn, just like with these really cheaply made sets that would just like drop quickly to change scenes, or would sometimes just fall over anyway. And yes, the bucket, the drowning of Ophelia. Yeah.
It was one of the funniest death scenes I've ever seen. The only thing funnier is that one poisoning scene from Game of Thrones.
Here it is. It's Austin Pendleton.
Ah, no, don't dimethylate cadmium. Why would you do that? Get a couple of grams of that, you can kill everyone. Like, literally.
Oh, and Philip Seymour Hoffman was in it, too.
Assassin Cannon, dimethyl cadmium is literally the most toxic substance we know of. Because, you know, cadmium's kind of nasty as a heavy element. In fact, it's one of the nastier ones. And, well, if you dimethylate anything, your cells are like, ooh, I want that! And they will greedily scoop up the deadly toxin. And thus committing kill themselves. Like one says, all I know about cadmium is that it's bad news in a heavy metal kind of way. That's a fun movie.
That is such a weird movie.
That too.
Like, I mean,
It's fun and weird. Very weird.
It's really, like...
And it's cartoon, but don't let children watch it.
Oh, yeah, no. As, like, a work of animation, it's kind of terrific.
There are dirty jokes and I think at least one sex scene.
Yeah. And it's not like it has a coherent story or anything, it's like an anthology, basically.
It almost has a coherent story.
Almost. Okay, so it was... based on isn't the right term, but it was inspired by a magazine of the same name that was just like a collection of short stories similar to the ones portrayed in the movie. And they're all kind of like tied together as a framing device of some weird alien evil spirit thing.
Yeah, that evil orb is just like tormenting this girl for some reason, relaying its experiences to her.
Yeah.
Including in times it got its butt kicked. Not sure why. Stupid orb.
Remy, what are you doing?
Being a stupid orb.
She is.
Assassin Cannon says, I know I use an indium gallium alloy to cool my GPU. Well, indium's not that bad and gallium's almost harmless. Unless you're made of aluminum. Don't let it come near you if you're made of aluminum.
Are you made of aluminum?
It will rip you to shreds from the inside if you're made of aluminum.
Okay.
If you're made of meat, however, it'll just melt in your hand. Like a reverse M&M.
Melts in your hand, don't put it in your mouth.
Remember, cease your foolishness.
Remy! Why? Why? Sorry, I was remembering that that story that Bill Hader let's see, he look up Bill Hader, Jimmy Kimmel. He told a fantastic story about involving a prop collapsible knife.
Like one says, ooh, gallium, the other liquid metal, at reasonable temperatures. Assassin Cannon says, and somehow mixing it with indium lowers its melting point. His heat sinks are not aluminum. They're aluminium. They are copper, though. He knows that that will eventually cause the indium to plate. So he needs to reapply the compound soon, but then never again. Fascinating. I think mine is made of aluminium with significant use of heat pipes. Oh wait, I'm thinking of my CPU music. Remember, it cease. It's one of those twin-towered Noctua monsters. Remember it, your foolishness, at once, halt. I will pull out some polymer. Behold it. Lay on eyes.
Hey, wait, I thought I added gold stars
Do you see it?
to these rooms.
Don't give me a lip, kid. Nope. Oh, I think she wants in kitty jail.
Oh, you might be right. Do you want to go to kitty jail, Remy?
The stream's getting weird.
There you go. Yep, right into kitty jail. To explain, we have a an end table over here that, in order to rabbit-proof it, we have surrounded it in a cardboard box. And now Remy, I have no idea if she's visible, but she's gone under there now. And we've referred to that as kitty jail because it's really easy to just close the cardboard again and she'd be trapped in there.
Which is funny because sometimes she doesn't care and just takes a nap for a while.
Yeah, sometimes she likes it under there. Sometimes she just wants to look.
There is a rabbit who is destructive to cords, and that's why we had to shield everything from it.
Yep.
And Remy is a cat,
Yes. In fact,
who is right there.
oh, she's going back to cat jail. Or not.
Cat's cool.
This little fluffernutter is Remy.
Dang, Kitty, what they have? They can't. Talk to the paw. And the fallen Fuzzlord is Vincent.
This is Vince. I think he was comfy and didn't want to get picked up. But y'all need to see him. He is so cute and handsome. And Teddy, we just can't pick up. He'll stay still for pets. He loves getting pets, but he does not like to be picked up.
Steve says, stinking Rembrandt.
Literally.
Her butt.
Demeans us all.
Assassin Kenan says, nobody liked that, after Remy, shoved away from me. Steve notes that Vince is polydactyl.
Yes, he has thumbs.
Very cute.
Here we go. Check out those thumbs. I think the only reason he's staying put is because he can't figure out how to right himself without falling. I should help him with that.
Assassin Kenan says, my cat loves attention. Steve says, Vince seems pretty comfy. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of tail motion. I think he's pretty okay now.
Okay, good. Although I'm going to have to move my arm. He's just looking at the screen now. Sweet buddy.
Wait, what's all that green stuff?
Excuse me?
You know, it's green stuff.
Oop. Oop.
Looks like Assassin Kenan is heading out. Says, you guys have a good night.
All right. Thanks for watching.
It is after
Catch you later.
12.
Oh, it is? Okay. Yeah, we should probably wind up
We're having a
ourselves
bunch
here
of
pretty
audience
soon.
interaction, so I didn't notice.
Yeah. I am glad to stick around if people are watching. You know?
Doesn't get says it was good hanging out.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Hope to see you next time.
In prototherapy.
And Rembrandt steals Vince's sleeping spot.
Oh, I'm sorry, Vince.
Vincent will remember this. Once he finds it out, anyway. He doesn't know yet. Kitty doesn't know. Kitty doesn't know.
Janitor needed to repair Deluxe bugs.
Steve says, what a rude Remy. I know, right? Such a fuzzweed. Being a little Tupperware remix party.
Stop dying.
Nurse required in hepatology.
And the Toho jokes begin. Flynn wouldn't be upset, though. She's crazy. She wouldn't understand. If Remy were being rude to her. I was wondering why you're spelling Remy with an I there. Referencing Remelia Scarlet.
Nermal larder. Nasty and cheese for brains. No thanks. David Goose. Litterer. Nope. Ludwig Custard.
Ludwig von Custard. Ludwig von Lombardy Custard.
He's good, but what do I need him in?
He's made of bone marrow for some reason. Because kings. Kings are weird, man.
Kings.
Eh, close, Steve. More like Lombardi.
Short temper and litterer. No.
And that's just the English version. The French is like it's said Lombardi. Lombardi or yeah, boy, I don't remember. That's being cry of the Goog. Crusade Lombard. There we are.
Okay, I'm going to hire you and I mean, I guess I can let you do diagnostic stuff for a bit. Help me write down, if you would, for Ludwig Custard that I want to train him in treatment. Because he has no skills right now, and as such, I'd rather have him working in diagnosis. Because he can't screw up too badly there.
Okay, so Lombardy Custard. You're training him in what?
Treatment.
Got it.
Oh boy, Agatha Sphere is coming.
Not the sphere.
Fear the Sphere.
least she doesn't poison all your plants.
I mean, that wouldn't be so bad. It'd be a little annoying.
Another stern revelation from the dark side. You think the government is dealing with keeping tabs on us? How about nature? Fingerprints are the earliest forms of ID. Nature is watching our every move. And it can track us wherever we go. Think about that the next time we go on a hike.
You okay?
Never.
Right, so it is now approaching hospital.
Sandy Infinity is grumpy. Nah. Barbara Dandy, terribly dull, nasty, and cheese for brains.
Sandy Infinity. So she's not a person, she's an unending beach.
Or a desert.
An unending desert. Boy, she sounds just so pleasant.
Ooh, yeah. Hire you.
Assassin Ken says, oh hey, one more thing before I go.
Yeah.
What do you tell about that? He's also been streaming 2 Point Hospital.
Oh, cool.
You can follow him if you want to.
I will do that. Remind me to do that after we're done here.
Hey. Assassin Ken doesn't have the luxury of a chat narrator, but he keeps up a chat. I
Yeah.
thought it was more of a co-host sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, he helps me during the night streams, cause yeah, it's more fun and like yeah, it's better when I have someone to work off of.
Yeah, the energy is far superior when we have like 3 or 4 people in here.
Mm-hmm. My daytime streams, meanwhile, he's at work, even though technically the location of work is home currently because pandemic.
I'm at work, which is right behind me.
Yeah, but yeah, he is unable to actively participate, which means I'm flying solo.
Though I will occasionally cause trouble.
Oh yeah, that's something he's good at. Oh, right. Treatment. For that one nurse. And you. That one nurse and you. And you. Perfect. Exactly the right number of people. Start training. And
Start training.
nurses.
Janitor to repair Jetmaster.
Alright. And adjust your permissions. What are you doing? What are you doing? You are making alarming noises.
Woo woo! Training.
Ow.
Sir, no, that wasn't air humping, that was training! I was doing a train! You know, trainways! Oh boy, so that's against this. But yeah, I'm out. You guys have a good time.
Good night.
Followed by air humping. What does it look like? I only see what I see, sir. Oh boy, I recommend you augment your eyes. Just so move to Glitch City. I don't recommend that.
Janitor, please prepare heart racer.
What? Yep. Sleeping in the nighttime.
Please
Tired.
leave toilets as you would hope to find them, not as you would expect to find them.
Colin Fossil. Their dog has no nose.
Oh, Popstar now visiting the hospital.
Why does this dog have no nose?
That's not how the joke goes.
Please leave toilets as you would hope to find them.
What?
Why was there a poo? Who turded?
Oh no!
Somebody turded. Why? That is a big one.
It's a big one.
It is a big one.
Is it bigger than you? I thought it was the same
Well,
size.
I mean, it probably is, but still,
It's like
someone
right now.
turded.
Nobody but nobody turns in this hospital. Fire him out the clown cannon.
Grows turnips to give as gifts.
Has he been playing the animals? Animal Crossing? I almost said Animals Creed.
Animals Creed.
Assassin's Crossing. Computer, can you optimize this cow for me? Yes, excellent.
Doctor to research, please.
Wireframe of a cow devolving into a sphere. Good, it's an optimized cow. Perfect. Now just put it in a vacuum and we're good. And turn off friction. Just like coat space-time in Everglide or something.
Okay, apparently 2 people with the epidemic died already.
Everyone says, the physicist transformation. Physics is no henshin! Just undo the Fourier transform on your cat. That's hard to reverse. Oh. Okay, I apologize. That was a really bad math joke, actually. Ouchies. That hurt. So bad. My hand. Oh boy.
Are your salt levels dangerously low? Eat some briny brittle. The taste of the sea, right in your mouth. 24 hours a day.
Right in your mouth.
Just right in the mouth.
It's a good thing it's implied to be a solid. And the company asking customers to put a salty liquid right in their mouth. That getting worse. Unacceptable. Nope.
You didn't need to go there, Daniel. You didn't need to go
bad
there.
RX, I suppose. Wait, that's gold. It's got bad audios. Phonics? No, it's got bad sonics? Wouldn't that be shadows?
No. Epidemic subdued.
Yay!
I got one of them, and the other 3 died.
I think your hospital's death rate's a little high.
I think so too. I have bottlenecks.
Well, maybe you should wear a turtleneck sweater. No one will notice. Low hanging fruit. Doot doot! Smells like bees.
It smells like bees? Is that what you said?
Too many bees.
Warning. Try not to sleep in the sick.
Oh, that says afraid of ladles. I misread it as afraid of ladies.
Too many bees.
We're sorry for the litter that you dropped on our floor.
I'm going to drop another
Deuce.
beverage and snack machine in this building.
Wouldn't that cost more turds?
I suppose.
Stop bringing your own toilets, you weirdos!
Or if you prefer, I guess. To go all Casey Green.
Good thing this radio booth is airtight. I'm hearing there's a new epidemic going around. This hypochondriac ain't leaving the station till they find a cure, which means more music like this.
Janitor, to prepare drug mixer.
Yeah, Assassin Kenan just watched the Space Time. Even in that video, you said the Pilot theory was. Pilot theory is most certainly wrong and at best incomplete. Definitely interesting though. Yeah, I was just hoping they would complete it because it looked like it had promise. Delicious, delicious promise.
I had it slow.
And now, cow optimization.
Doctor to DNA lab.
Absolutely. Assassin Cannon says it's absolutely worth exploring. His special thinking definitely leads towards Copenhagen, but it would be a mistake not to try to complete Pilot Wave Theory. Because if it doesn't, then why it doesn't work is an important piece of the puzzle. And if it does, ooh, nifty! New weird stuff to explore.
Doctor required in head office.
Because yeah, with Pilot Wave Theory in hand, we could potentially try manipulations of things. Interesting manipulations of things. Like, say, gravitational fields. And that would be very cool.
I got a bit cranky earlier. I'd like to say I'm sorry to all you faithful listeners. There's bad vibes in the booth today. Maybe I was under the influence of this sinister plant. This next song should get things back to normal.
Assassin Cannon has seen all of the space-time videos. His biggest takeaway is that we'll never achieve faster in light travel, and that makes him sad. Yeah, things do seem to just kind of conspire against it. Like, it doesn't help that the speed of light seems to be effectively the speed of causality itself. Like, for some reason, information travels at a certain rate. It can't. That's just how fast information can travel. Which means that's how fast anything can travel at all. Unless you cheat. Trouble is, we haven't found a working cheat yet. We thought we had one, but the particles just disentangle if you try to push too much through them. Like, you can't get any freaking throughput. It's obnoxious.
Training course complete. Class dismissed. Maintenance announcement. Cars need water.
Ah, yes, I know which working cheat you're talking about. That'd be the Alcubierre drive. And unfortunately, due to the whole causality thing, I'm not sure an Alcubierre drive even could work, sadly enough, because sure, the spaceship isn't moving very fast or at all in its reference frame, but trying to get the fabric of space-time to move faster than light would still be a breach of the causality limits, which we've seen occasional signs of not being doable.
These toilets assumed only to find them, not assumed to expect to find them.
And to read that up, it says the working cheat requires negative energy, the existence of which would break everything to such a degree that we can be barely certain they don't exist. We're not totally certain, but relatively certain enough to be pretty much know that they don't.
Bonjour. May I take your coat, fetch you a drink, and sit you at a table for you? Today we're discussing all things foodie. I'll be your host, Chef Ricky. Bon appetit.
Well, Ricky Hawthorne's in a better mood now. Instead of weirdly threatening his entire audience. Killing is difficult warp drive requires negative energy. If that exists, then causality doesn't. At least according to our current knowledge. Yeah, trying to type out Alcubierre is just annoying until I like often don't.
Doctor to resolution lab, please.
Isn't it just ALCUBIER?
Something like that. But there's like there's a Q on there somewhere, and
Oh, okay.
it's obnoxious. Now, if I recall correctly, it wasn't necessarily negative energy. It was either a stupid amount of energy encroaching on the binding energy of Jupiter, or a heck of a lot less energy, like an amount we could actually produce on Earth today. But it required like a negative mass. Which, if we could find a way to manipulate the Higgs field, may technically be doable. Oh, not the binding energy of Jupiter, the total mass energy of Jupiter as negative energy. Yeah, that's... Oh, boy.
That's a lot.
Yeah, we...
Like, I don't have any concept of the scale of that, but I know it's a lot.
It's too much.
Like,
The sun puts out a lot less than that in a month.
like as far as my conception goes, that may as well be like Aleph null.
And as for refinement, the first equation said more negative energy than the positive mass energy of the observable universe. Okay, now you're just reminding me of the Real Engineering episode about space elevators and how wide the base would need to be for different materials. And like for steel, the base needed the necessary base diameter wouldn't fit in the universe.
Oh, that's reminding me of. Okay, so our friend Nate is a research meteorologist, PhD and everything.
Oh no, not the snow.
And he told us the story of a particular. It was like a take-home test, basically, that one of his professors had given him, like a long time ago. It was like sent him home with it over the holidays. It was like it was the final, wasn't it?
I don't remember.
But it was. But regardless, the guy just like basically put numbers in without really bothering to solve his own to solve his own problem, and it gave a
or at least sanity checked them so the students wouldn't think they were definitely wrong when they got their result.
right. So and the problem in question was given conditions of like X atmospheric pressure, Y temperature, Z
Yeah, humidity,
yeah,
stuff like that.
what size snowflakes would this would this scenario create? And so he tried to solve it and wound up with something about the size of a Volkswagen, and he's like, that can't be right. He tried it again, got something like the size of a bus. I think it's like, so he started talking to other people, and Someone else got something the size of a city. They all talked to each other. None of them were getting anything that made sense, and also none of them got the same answer. Basically.
Patients now arriving on the ward.
Eventually, they took it to a friend of theirs who was a postdoc in statistics, not in not in meteorology, but he was able to run the numbers. He had access to something that would let him actually run the numbers, calculate it out in simulation.
Pharmacy, calling nurse.
And he responded, while I don't think it would be ethical for me to tell you the correct answer, I can tell you that none of you are right, and you are all much, much, much too small. The actual size of the snowflake that was generated by these conditions would have been larger than the observable universe.
By several orders, tens of orders of magnitude, big, like stupid big.
I want to say it was like 40 times larger than the observable universe.
Which is why global warming is dangerous. We're in danger of melting the snowflake.
It's true. It's not, but...
And what you're saying, that Assassin Cannon said, if any amount of negative energy exists at all, is and can be created in any amount by any means, then causality is broken. Michael 1 said, if you use all the mass in the universe to make your warp drive, you won't have to worry about picking a destination. Assassin Cannon said, correct. You instantly transform into a lizard creature and mate with your captain in that case. Voyager joke! Followed by, also your warp drive is a black hole the size of the observable universe, which is potentially now a hologram of the observable universe.
Next from Chef Ricky, condiments. Some say that you need to pick your spots with sauces, but personally, I just haven't found that. Ketchup and peanut butter is a real treat. Horseradish and blueberries are much better than expected, and so far as I can tell, mustard goes with everything. Make sure to experiment. You never know what magic combination you'll uncover next.
Yeah. Man, how the heck are we ever supposed to become a K3 civilization without warp, or without some kind of FTL?
Right?
Anywhere in the hospital will not
K2 we can do. Just take apart Mercury, turn it into a Dyson swarm, use the energy to deal with our garbage problem on Earth by running plasma, by just putting a freaking plasma converter next to every landfill. Just empty them out, making more energy in the process. Use the resulting crap ton of juice to forcibly restart Mars.
toilets as you
Then we can terraform it.
not as you'd expect.
Meanwhile, put O'Neill cylinders all the heck over the place for people to live in. You know, once we got that swarm, we're K2 at that point. The system is ours to screw with. However, to go K3, you gotta take control of the entire galaxy. That takes a while. Especially without an FTL solution.
Not as you'd expect.
Like one says, it's amazing how many problems you can solve by destroying the universe. Sure, it creates a few new problems, but it almost certainly deals with the initial problem you had to solve. Assassin Cannon says, you know what bothered me about Star Trek? Why didn't the Federation just use Dyson swarms to power giant replicators to make ships manned by holograms to win wars? Probably because by the time they had...
Edward Transformer is our rising star.
By the time they had the hard hologram tech, sweet, that's a sweet.
Prestige.
By the time they had the hologram, the hard hologram tech, that was, I want to say, after Measure of a Man. So AIs of that class were considered non-human persons, and it's like, if they were willing to fight in the war and man the ships, that's fine. They're soldiers and should be treated as such. But creating them for the express purpose, that'd be a violation of a number of the Federation's principles. Also, replicators do require raw materials to work. So, they need to, beam juice from Dyson swarms, 2 giant replicators in asteroid belts, and they'd be consuming the asteroid belts to make ships. Plus, the Federation wasn't exactly militaristic, and so I'm sure there were elements in Federation administration that would not be super happy about a rapid buildup of a massive and powerful navy. That, kind of became necessary after the Borg started sending tactical cubes, but it was to a relatively limited extent. Also, at this point, why not send relativistic kill missiles? Or, fire nickel Dyson beams.
Fire Nickelback.
Him too. The Borg will not survive Nickelback. Also, why did Voyager dim the lights when it was low on power but was still capable of flying at warp speed? Because engine power and operating power in the livable sections of the ship were 2 very different things. It's I think the engine power could be tapped to a degree, ultimately all the juice on the ship came from the warp core. But, the warp plasma had to be carefully managed. Otherwise, for some reason, the excessive number of plasma relays around the ship would just scorch random crew members with plasma, and you go to that plasma burns all the time. They constantly had plasma relays going out. That seemed to be a major design flaw in the ship. It was practically a magical miracle ship, with the exception of those plasma inverters, those plasma relays sucking all the time. And the warp core being surprisingly unstable. They ejected that thing so many times.
How many warp cores did they have?
1! They kept going back to get it after it didn't actually explode. Actually, they may have had 2. One for the saucer section and one for the engineering section. One of which may have actually exploded, I don't know. Sassington says, I thought replicators were energy to mass converters. Probably not. That would be a huge amount of energy. B equals MC squared. You can get a whole lot of...
2-star hospital. Congratulations, your hospital has been awarded a 2-star rating by the 2 Point Health Ministry. I'm sure we're in agreement that my sterling leadership is to thank for you overcoming some of your more questionable qualities. But where exactly is my acclaim, my long overdue notoriety, my fancy letter? I implore you to reflect on this injustice in place of any penciled-in jubilatory shenanigans, continuating the county's most hectic area to cement your legacy.
Let's see, Sergeant Cannon says, yes, the Borg incident would trigger that sort of shipyard. Michael says, there's almost certainly some canonical answer to that question, but I don't know it, so I'm going to guess the warp drive power stuff is on separate circuits. Sergeant Cannon says, it just seems silly. Oh no, at full light power, we'll lose warp energy 2 nanometers sooner. I thought the warp core was the main generator, with the impulse generators being able to serve the same function. It would be a trivial amount of energy for the generator capable of powering a warp drive. Yeah, but I think, to keep the warp drive spooled up, use most of its energy, there's something about like the density of the energy. Like the engine energy is very high density, like, very angry plasma, not safe to use anywhere but in the engines, which are spec to handle. And then they carefully tap that plasma with a set of like regulators and stuff, probably significantly reducing its temperature before letting it rampage amongst the rest of the ship to power the stuff like, the exploding control panels and the like.
Moist. That's why, as something of a culinary purist, I only eat the batter. Delightful.
Okay. Steve says, insert Knuckles. Oh no.
Oh no.
Like one says, untold stories of Star Trek, a species that relies on the energy emitted by the ejected warp cores for survival. Sounds like it's a pretty consistent power source. In the Delta Quadrant? Yeah. Assassin Kitten says, replicators being energy mass converters would be a trivial load for warp drive. Followed by, oh yes, fanfiction, the best source of lore. No, lore was just that one jerk android, Data's brother.
I'm sure Lore appears a lot more in fanfic than he did in the actual show.
Oh, definitely. And probably way, way too frequently in Slash Fight. I wonder if Data's cat showed up more often. What's his name? Spot?
Spot, yeah.
Yeah, he was cute.
Which is why, okay, so my last job, I was, the IT assistant at a local rural school district. And around the beginning of the school year, a kitten showed up, or like a young cat showed up, took up residence under the empty temp building between the IT office and the elementary school cafeteria office gym building. So we started feeding him, coaxed him towards us, we let him hang out in our office when once we got him used enough to us, and he was so sweet. And anyway, we wanted a name for him, and my boss had initially suggested Spot after Data's cat because he didn't have any other ideas. So he was like, "Sure, let's go with that." So I was like, "Hey, wait, I can do one better. I can have a name that is both a Star Trek reference and an Our Job reference. We can name him Cisco." And he loved it. And so he was Cisco the cat.
No, Assassin Cannon, not Neelix. Assassin Cannon says, "Alright, I was supposed to go to sleep 45 minutes ago. You guys are a lot of fun, but I'm actually going now, right after this story."
Alright.
And Neelix, no, God, no. Cisco is in the food company?
Ha! No, that is another name that is also Cisco. No, Cisco like the rapper. No, I'm joking. Although we could have spelled it that way. But no. Said as in like the networking technology company. And also is Captain Benjamin Sisko.
Like one says, "Oh hey, we're back around to Fish Whispers."
Yep.
Assassin Cannon says, okay. Fish Hush whispers. That's all that I hear. Whispers to me like a fiend.
Excuse me. You.
A month came
Oh,
up.
yeah.
Yep. Assassin Kid says, yes, I got the captain. Still, Cisco makes shitty network equipment.
Yeah, we were a whole lot of our tech. When I came in there, a whole lot of what we had was Cisco, because that's what we knew. That's what we had available to us. But we were in the process of, like, very gradually, as contracts ran out, as stuff needed being replaced, replacing it with Ubiquity.
Yeah, Cisco is kind of like the enterprise Netgear.
Basically.
Deep Space Nine was Assassin Kennan's favorite series.
I need to actually finish it. Like, I watched the first couple seasons when it was in first run. I don't know why I didn't stick with it, but...
Yeah, I've actually seen quite little of it. I remember, like, Odo's silly shape-shifting shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the Dominion being creepy. I remember memes about keeping up with the Cardassians.
That was well after.
And I believe I read somewhere that apparently the Dominion War was the single bloodiest war the Federation had ever experienced. Assassin Cannon says, oh god no, don't watch the last episode, it's worse than Endgame. I thought people liked Endgame. I should watch the Avengers movies at some point.
I really need to catch up on those. I haven't seen anything. I think the last of those movies that I saw was the last Iron Man movie.
I think I've seen the first Iron Man movie and Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh yeah.
I haven't seen any of the other Marvel first movie.
You know, I forget where Guardians of the Galaxy falls in the whole thing.
People complained that the finale of the new Picard was lazy copy pasting. Oh, that's unfortunate. Voyager's last episode was called, oh, you mean Voyager Endgame. Okay. I thought we were talking about DS9.
Oh,
Or wait,
yeah. Marvel. Yeah.
Okay, I thought we were talking about Marvel, the Avengers Endgame. Haha. I don't think I've seen Voyager Endgame.
I never watched Voyager.
I know
myself.
that, like, towards the end, it was starting to really jump the Borg Shark. Like, the Borg Queen and...
Borg Shark.
I think Janeway got, like, temporarily
Borg.
assimilated, and then she killed the Borg Queen.
Time for Chef Ricky to
And
answer one of your questions.
utterly effed up Unimatrix 1, I think it was called.
What would you treat yourself to after a hot day? Well, if there's
Oh, that reminds me in a roundabout way. I like just a couple days ago realized what the heck the name Locutus means. That it's from the Latin for like speaker, basically.
Ah, elocution.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Loquator.
Assassin Cannon
Look
says,
for it.
but it was totally believable to me. Like, no, it's what happens when the Federation loses almost its entire fleet. They make a whole new one based on the best model. Then Tom Paris doesn't even talk to his dad. Why wouldn't he do that? Yeah, I just remember, like, this other stupid stuff from, like, there was, like, the simulation, like the simulated forest that the board were keeping children's minds in while their bodies matured. And like the time shenanigans, where a friggin' like future Federation time cop shows up and tries to chronologically destroy the Voyager so that like pieces of it don't come and crash into Earth. I don't understand why they weren't able to stop pieces of a ship that I assume was moving sublight when it entered the solar system. Like, how can they like stop pieces of a starship, just one starship, moving at sublight speeds from causing harm to Earth and nearby orbital installations? It didn't even make sense. And then they pulled the increased power to forward shields trick, and it made his tachyon beam come back at his ship and cause stupidity with time. Oh my goodness. And he got all mad at Janeway for it, like, look what you've done! You were trying to kill us! That episode was dumb. They introduced Tom Paris' dad as a big character in the last season. Okay. Unimatrix Zero wasn't even a thing the board did, it was a bug in the program. It wasn't about children, it was just the children who were affected were always there. Unimatrix Zero was the place where the kids were, okay. It went from season 6 to season 3 in one sentence. I'm pretty certain I was watching reruns, and I get the feeling the network was not necessarily airing them in order. Yes! Rewatch Star Trek Voyager. And all the really questionable scenes, like that one dream that 7 of 9 has about B'Elanna Torres.
They will tell you there is only one program on 2 Point Radio worth listening to. It is this one. Welcome to the Sir Nigel Bickleworth Show.
Oh, or that one uncomfortable scene where for some reason the Doctor is giving Kes a foot rub. I have no idea what was happening. I have not seen that episode. I saw it in like this little clip showish compilation of weird stuff. Wait, 7? Was it B'Elanna Torres that was having a dream about 7 then? Because there was some sort of like dream or hallucination or something that had extremely lesbian not undertones, overtones.
They were just tones.
Oh, that weird thing was okay. That was the Elogium. She needed the foot rub from a father figure to facilitate her mating response. Which makes it so much creepier. It does! I hate it with all of my power.
No, sir, I don't like it.
At least it was the EMH, who probably wasn't capable of being too skeeved by the whole thing. Michael one is blinking audibly over here in that sentence. Oh, jeez. I was happier when I didn't know that. Oh. I just remember when they wrote Kes out of the show, where she gained like psychic powers and could boil water and then like mess with things on a quantum scale, and like propelled Voyager a good dozen light years along its journey in one shot using her powers. And that was her goodbye. What the F just happened?
Hey, the Pebble Sisters.
Steve says, Mamma Mia. Assassin Cannon says, the worst thing was during her Morologium, she was traveling backwards through time through her whole life. She married Tom Paris, then Harry Kim, Tom's best friend, married their daughter. Wait, so she went full Merlin? This got backwards in time there? Assassin Kenan says he has a best friend, he's changed his kids' diapers. I get that her species grows up fast, but ew. Yeah, big ew. I think she was, what, 7 or something? Or 5? Like, very short-lived. Very, very weird. Would have been so much better if some random shipmate married the daughter. Yep. Yeah, the writers just got really weird around casts for some reason. They also got weird around 7, but that was for much more obvious reasons.
I think that was also largely the fault of the producer.
Oh yeah.
That guy was kind of a skeeve and didn't really understand Star Trek.
Jennifer Lane, as of 2018, was in jail for screaming at children and flashing her boobs at them. So Kes hasn't really aged well in any sense of the word. Steve says, a skeever? Don't besmirch the name of skeevers. What, is there some guy named Skeevers on the tubes or somewhere? Maybe on Spasm? Yeah, I just can't erase the memory of that weird dream sequence that was basically the starting few minutes of, it could have easily been the starting few minutes of a lesbian porn adaptation.
Hey, I see what I can do here.
Except it was very much part of a real episode in 90s. Woo! Actually, that may have been early 2000s. I'm amazed you don't have a recollection of that sequence. It was a weird one. I'm not the one that dreamed it, I assure you.
Sure.
I may have dreamed other things after having watched it, but I did not dream that. Kind of like I sometimes have to convince people, no, you didn't hallucinate Street Sharks, that was a real cartoon. Well, I can't necessarily explain the discrepancy then. Carson Sessingham says, I'm a truck trader by balls. I'm a truck driver by trade. I re-listened to all the Star Trek multiple times.
Truck trader.
I'm a truck trader by drive. Khajiit has wares, by the way. Khajiit has wares if you have coin. Oh, blood fart. reports.
Nurse required in injection.
Yeah, I want to say it was something that was in Seven's head possibly during that episode where her body started violently rejecting her remaining Borg implants.
I had a little mishap in the kitchen last night while slicing white truffles, making rather a dreadful gash in my index finger. But after a quick trip to a jumbo hospital to have a cold-laced plaster applied, all was well again. Money well spent, I say.
Ah, good. Now he thinks he knows what I'm talking about.
Doctor needed in GP's office.
The vehiculum of a vehiculum? Oh boy. Of a destroyed cube malfunctioned and center cortical node erratic commands. Erratic commands or if
Daniel.
you know that joke went through the writer's room at least twice.
Yes.
Woo!
Poor Jerry Ryan.
She was possessed by the son of Kovak and initiated a mating ritual with B'Elanna. That wasn't a dream. Wait. Well, I thought that was a dream sequence. Are you sure? No, there was a dream sequence before she acted on it. Where she thought that B'Elanna was initiating. Oh, I'm annoyed that I'm remembering more of that episode now. I am annoyed that I'm remembering more of that episode now. Luckily, I didn't remember that quote. Your blood is sweet. Klingons.
Jennifer Eruption.
Those wacky Klingons. What are you gonna do?
Keep the gold.
Hand disruptors. You promised me torpedoes or higher.
Hand disruptors?
Yeah, like handheld disruptors.
Oh, okay.
The Klingon weapons.
I was thinking like it disrupts hands.
Ah! That sounds ugly.
I was like, what does that even mean?
It sounds painful. Or annoying. Or both. Assassin Cannon says, it really showcased Ryan's acting chops in my opinion. She took on so many characters. Yes. Too bad I don't recall like seeing her in much after Voyager.
Boston Public.
Because like on top of being a stupidly hot model, she was a darn good actress.
She was one of the main characters in Boston Public.
Oh, cool. I missed that show entirely.
It was good.
I think I had too much school to do at the time. Assassin Cannon said she didn't do much sci-fi. Kind of hated what they did to her in Voyager.
I can't blame her.
Yeah.
Doctor to make a scale.
So obviously supposed to be a sex symbol. Yep. But like a weird sort of sex symbol with like elements of corruption, like kind of like a sci-fi vampire, frankly. Except a reformed vampire, like Angel but female and on a spaceship. Just to make it weirder.
You know, Angel is one of those series that I feel like I should watch. Simply because what little bits I've seen have been fantastic. Because the character of Angel in his own show is so much more interesting and charismatic than he ever was in any episode of Buffy.
To introduce our new flying sauces. Made with a secret mixture of lighter-than-air, gravity-defying spices. Try our new flying sauces. They're out of this world.
And they'll get on everything. Especially the ceiling.
Like, I remember one credits gag of an episode where he was just, like, awkwardly and poorly singing karaoke.
Yeah, they definitely had a lot more fun in that show. His character was still, like... If I remember correctly, the show as a whole wasn't all that great because it was still, like, it had, you know, angst... edgy angst lord sort of thing happening the whole darn time. But they definitely had significantly more fun with it than they did in Buffy. Not that I've seen many episodes, it's just like, it was definitely looser. Assassin Ken says, especially obvious when they didn't make the board kids wear the same catsuits. I mean, thankfully, but still, it showed their intent. But she was an amazing character, and when she was an amazing character and actress without all the bullshit. Her skin tight suit was a lore thing. It was to help her skin adapt to the lack of exoplating. You think it would have adapted after like a year or so outside of the collective? Because skin does do that pretty quickly. I've had my right arm in a cast for the better part of a year once due to a
Right
broken
arm
wrist.
just torn right off
And
by a tiger.
my right
Sorry.
hand was like less a properly functioning hand and more of like an alien meat pack. And it was covered in like almost a centimeter thick of dead skin. So it had grown transcendently sensitive in an attempt to pick up any kind of information from its surroundings. And as I kind of peeled that off like a horrifying glove, what was underneath was stupidly oversensitive now. To the point that, like, a soft kitten felt rough like sandpaper. My blanket I could barely touch. Like, it was really unpleasant. But in about a week, it was almost normal. And in about 2 months, it was completely normal. Like, had the same sensitivity as my other hand. So, pretty sure that, like, Seven's nanoprobe enhanced skin, once the nanoprobes died out and her, you know, human biology reasserted itself as it was doing, she should have recovered, like, her normal skin function in a couple of months. Assassin Ken's like, yeah, they had it on her for the rest of the show. That sounds awful. No wonder newborns cry. Oh yeah, you're not kidding. Like your entire known, like the entirety of your life so far is in a nice warm bath, like really warm. And then you're shoved out through a weird tight opening. And all of a sudden, you're having to breathe this thin, dry, cold stuff. It's like really thin. It's like barely even there in comparison to the fluid you're used to. It's effing freezing, and it's like drying out your skin by the second. That'd just be... Oh! But of course, part of why they cry actually is to, like, make their lungs start working. Ah, they help their humans. Okay. Nightshade rises from the depths and says, "Go to bed, Hams," and then returns to the depths.
I refuse.
It is 1:15.
Oh, okay.
1:50? We went back in time. Oh no!
Oh no.
Assassin Kevin says, "On that note, I am going to bed."
Good night
Okay,
again.
you've been attempting to do so for the past half hour. My apologies for keeping you. Good night.
Oh wow, Jessamine Odyssey didn't nothing about her visit. So something was wrong. Boggled mind.
Do you have poop everywhere again?
A severe boggling of the mind, often caused by exposure to new, sometimes paradigm-altering information. Through careful analysis of the condition, scientists have been able to derive the equation mind equals blown. Sadly, this equation has proven to be entirely useless.
As I was getting notes, it's been an hour and a half actually. But it'll be fine. You took a nap today. Well, I humbly recommend you take your leave and go to actual bed.
Actual bed.
At the very least,
Real
you should have brushed your teeth
actual
hours
bed.
ago. Good night.
Good night.
Is there any more startling sight than watching One-Eyed Wallace, our venerable old lighthouse, casting its wandering and luminescent gaze upon the sea? So it is to Wallace I dedicate this delightful little piece of music.
Something important is arriving.
One-Eyed Wallace does not sound like a lighthouse.
I mean, I can see how it is, but it does sound like it's something else.
Nightshade says, teeth. Dr. Teeth and Electronic Chaos. What's it flies like? Incense brushes.
Hello, Vince.
You have doubtlessly had many anxious moments wondering whether you have placed your apostrophes correctly. It is a simple grammar guide to help you through such torment. Try communicating through drawings. They may be more adequate to your intellectual level.
Okay. After this epidemic, yeah, I should bed.
Boy, that's a strange thing to say. I mean, we'll be a while if you're... You're not gonna go to bed till after the current epidemic.
Oop,
Those
there's
Backstreet
one.
Boys, man. They really love being on stage, you know? I don't see the tour ending anytime soon. Actually, it says poor choice of words.
There's a difference between an epidemic and a pandemic, thank you.
Only in scope.
Yes.
In fact,
And
I
that's
think
an
an epidemic
important
is a
difference.
I think an epidemic is a superset of pandemic. Like a pandemic is an epidemic, it's just everywhere. Oh no. Bits. Bits.
If you're feeling weighed down and clogged up with bad things, why not rinse yourself out by drinking Swill? Our mixture of compressed plant matter will go straight through you, taking with it the poisons of everyday life and much, much more. Thanks, Swill.
You're lucky you still has bones.
This is 2-Point Radio.
Marco.
Plans now arriving at the hospital.
Come on, where are they? Yep. Okay, well, I guess they died.
Disease control are impressed.
Were they? Were they? So, right after this epidemic started.
Yes, I'm just in the middle of giving some raises. There. That's fine for now. Alright. Oh no, Agatha Sphere. Okay. Well, there's nothing I can do about her.
Fear the sphere.
So thanks, y'all. I'll be back hopefully on Monday. I've not been terribly regular about holding court the last couple weeks, but I'm going to...
I told him to start eating some more fiber.
One, that won't help, and two, no you didn't. But yes, Monday, 3 p.m. Eastern is the goal, is the aim, and all week at that time for Holding Court, where I will be playing 200% mixed juice. Excuse me. Then on Thursday, it's Thursday Throne, that's at 9 p.m. Eastern, where we will be continuing Aquaria. And then next Saturday, more 2 Point Hospital. So,
What's in the mix?
what?
And actually it says, one epidemic later,
Oh.
followed by, what's in the mix though?
Juice.
Several kinds of juice.
Worlds of Juice. I think Juice World is a thing, but I don't remember what it is. I think it might be like a musical artist. I don't know. Anyway,
Juicy fruit. The taste goes right through you.
I don't think that's how the jingle goes.
It's not!
Anyway, yes. That's all from us. Thanks again. Hope to see you next time.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.